That's good. We are now live. No, you timed it perfectly. That's good.
Just mute yourself.
We are now live on both Twitch and YouTube by my count. Yes, it is working. Hello. For some reason, I am now at a jaunty angle.
You say that as if it's a bad thing to be at a jaunty angle. Surely it's fun.
Well, it's to an extent fun, but it's also a bit weird to be at a jaunty angle, so I'm just going to correct that just a tad. I think that's...
You've taken on a list.
I think that's slightly less of a list. I don't know how it got to such a jaunty angle, but it did. I hope that's less of a jaunty angle. It still looks slightly jaunty.
Don't worry, we won't hold it against you.
All right. Let's see. Michael, before you put the things in, let's test and see if it's working. Because at the moment,
Pirate Software did not stream today, so there's actually a chance. I'm not saying it's a guarantee. I'm just saying that there's a chance.
Well, what I would say is...
My count has not come through.
Hang on, let me check the archive.
Q is open on Twitch. It seems to be working on Twitch. But I'm not sure if it's working on YouTube. It says it's working on YouTube. It says it's connected.
Yeah, the connected doesn't really mean much.
No, it doesn't. It means nothing at all.
It means I can see the API. I can see...
Also,
I
for
can see it.
For some reason, it's
interact.
currently telling everyone that both they received it and the question, and it's closed at the same time.
Something is when you reinstall that. Hang on, I'll fix that in a second here. Okay, that should be fixed now. All right, YouTube Minecraft Watcher, just keep your powder dry.
Yeah, Minecraft Watcher, if your question was, what if Warspite's Machine Spirit won? Yeah, that one got through. That was the only one that's got through. Currently, we seem to be doing sneaker netting courtesy of Steve from YouTube.
YouTube.
Thank you, everyone.
Almost.
We are joined by Dan, by Fleet, by Foxo, by Runon. I am presuming Dragon is currently bartending.
Working.
Yeah.
So the thing is, as Dragon's called Dragon, is it working? Is he working in a coffee bar and using his breath to heat the coffee, or is he working in a Is he an ice dragon and is serving cool drinks in a beer bar? Which way does it go? It's been questioning. I've been quite wondering because I thought if you're a dragon and you're working in a coffee bar, you would be serving really piping hot coffee, but you could be getting sued.
Well, given that there are white dragons, which are generally an ice theme, and Dragon is presumably a Caucasian individual.
He's a blue-eyed white dragon.
Isn't he up in Geordie land as well, or something?
Yeah.
Really far up north near the wall to keep out the.
before we go too far, I think, probably is answering. Hello, Scottish nerd. Thank you. This is the 200th Bruships. And I should have planned something special for tonight, but I really haven't. But I have got this to show off to you. Studies in Naval History by John Knox Lawton is a recent reprint of one of his books. Now, for those who don't know, John Knox Lawton is credited as being the father of modern naval history, and also the father of modern naval war studies. And there is a reason Andrew Lambert, my professor who I did my PhD under, he is actually said to be the professor and holder of the chair of the Lawton Chair of Naval History, which is named for John Knox Lawton. And you can get his books now. They're in a reprint. So yes, there you go. Studies in Naval History, biographies.
Not quite as cool as being the Disney professor.
No, but this does have. This has chapters on Jean de Vere, Colbert, de Cussine, Le Balliol de Suffren, Tegethoff, the various privateers and privateering, including certain people who may or may not be related.
Which Duquesne, isn't it? Is there Duquesne?
Yeah, he's got John Paul Jones, and Robert Surcouf. The fact that all the French ships get named after their privateers because their admirals weren't able to do much other than Suffren does kind of disturb them, but we'll leave that to one side.
Well, they're French. The best thing they could do is probably just donate their vessels to the Royal Navy.
Hey, they did it regularly. They were very helpful. I have to say thank you to Paul because I'm on 1901 today.
I do reiterate my prior question.
Yeah.
Should we take the French aspirations of having multiple angled flight deck CVNs in operation to mean that the French is that the Marine Nationale is getting ready to provide its traditional role as the Royal Navy Deep Reserve Force or Ready Reserve Force, depending upon how you want to look at it?
Not really. The involuntary reserve.
I will believe it when I see it on them getting multiple SCVNs. They are signed up for one by Act of Parliament at the moment. No. There are lots of people talking about them wanting a second one. Until I actually see it pass as an Act of Parliament.
Well, yeah, this is what I said. They want to.
No,
whether or not they'll get to remains to be seen.
No, Fleet. The thing is, there are a lot of people who could have put that act in Parliament already, are making a lot of noise about it, but they haven't done it. So, in the nicest way, when a Prime Minister or a President says, "I want to do this," but they haven't put the act in Parliament, then frankly, they're just expending hot air. If you're the opposition and you get to say it, you can't say anything. But a Prime Minister or President of France, they can put the act forward themselves.
Yeah, but a navy can want something and still not get it. That doesn't mean they still don't want it.
Yeah, but I'm not even bothered about what the Navy wants in the French circumstances. Then the French Navy gets what they're given by the Parliament, so that doesn't even matter into it. No, what I'm talking about is the fact that both the President and the Prime Minister have both spoken about them getting a second one, and neither's introduced it to. And this is why people are taking it at some point as given they're going to get a second one, and yet until you see the Act of Parliament even entered in, it doesn't matter if it even loses. The moment they started the ball rolling on an Act of Parliament, even if it loses its first time, you can resubmit it. It can be said again. The fact is, no. All they've done is talk a lot of good game and not delivered anything.
Well, yes, but that's just kind of the way things go in France. You gotta talk the talk for like at least 5 years, and then maybe we might consider doing something about it.
Fleet, just because I'm thinking of it now and I want to get it into your brain before you go scuttling off because you are now a working individual. Give yourself a little extra time when you are getting ready to sign off for the night and sign off early so I can walk you through some stuff with the Stream Deck I got you for Streamer Monkey.
Okay.
Powder Monkey.
That sounds good.
All right, we can do.
Now, first question, Ealing. Lions. When was the last time the major naval conflict could dictate their time? Major navals could dictate their agreed budget base on capability and availability of their services, rather than being told you are getting X. E.g., provide you with A, B, C, D capability and EFG availability, it will cost you X, and if you don't want to pay X, then the expected capability or availability will have to change or you can increase your budget to Y. Realistically, navies have never really had that ability. However, the closest run thing is probably the Royal Navy in the 1900s. And I say that because of the famous, the Royal Navy wanted 6, the Treasury wanted 4, and they compromised on 8 scenario. That's the only time a navy has been close to that in political power.
I was thinking a different way with the thing you had in Southeast Asia for quite a while ago. It was you buy a fleet like you'd buy the services of a mercenary company. And how much you paid was how much of that company you got.
I would also like to point out, I don't know what nationality Lions is, but there's also a difference in how, like if you look at the U.S. and the Royal Navy, i.e. the two big heavyweights of the Central period for this group. The Royal Navy's funding seems to be far more of, we would like to build X number of hulls of Y type. This is going to cost us Z pounds. Parliament/Treasury, can we please have Z pounds? And then Parliament and the Treasury and the Admiralty all have a big argument, and they get X percentage of Z pounds. Whereas in the U.S. Navy, it is the Chief Naval Operations, or SecNav or SecDef, goes to the House of Representatives, say, we would like to build X numbers of Y ships. Please fund it. And then the House says, we will let you build these ships to these designs, no more, no less, and we will appropriate the money for that. I think it's a difference between a prescriptive type of orders and a descriptive type of orders.
Yeah.
The Royal Navy historically has a lot more flexibility in how they can spend their money than the U.S. Navy has had historically.
And you have to remember the Royal Navy has historically asked for money for things and then spent the money on completely different things, and no one's inquired as to how or why.
Yeah, there's
the fact that the entirety of Admiralty Arch and Admiralty House were built without the Royal Navy ever asking for extra funding.
And whereas in the U.S. system, that would lead to investigations, and that would lead into civil and criminal penalties, including jail time. In the UK system, that is permitted. That is legally permitted.
To be fair, it was done in the late 18th century, when things were a bit more loosey-goosey, and probably the people who needed to know. But frankly, no one was going to get involved with it, because it was a case of, do you need the buildings to run these things? Yes. If you've got the spare money, then use it and do it. And the fact is, the Navy had always had a slush fund going through because of things needing to pay for things like prizes, etc.
We will simply cut down on the amount of graft in some of our other areas of procurement, and so we can suddenly instead of kind of 15% profits, it'll be 10% profits for all the ships being built in this year. I'm sure it wasn't like that. I think the other thing that you seem to have in the US that we don't have in the UK, and I don't know if it's still the case, is a separation of authorized ships versus funded for construction ships. And I think that can get very, very weird.
Oh, yes.
Is this in the UK or the US?
US. Because there's things where kind of people were asking, can't remember whose channel it was, stuff where King was being asked how much spare tonnage was there that was unused in sort of 43 from that which had already been kind of approved. And it's like, what does that mean? And it takes me a minute to kind of work through and go, oh, so that's where you get the CA. So CA-45 will only be authorized when CA-45 is authorized. And that ship will be CA-45. And even if you decide to not fund it, there will always be a CA-45 on the books. So something else will not be appointed as CA-45.
Yeah.
Yeah, right? So I'm going to take a stab at explaining this, and then Dr. Clarke can correct me for how wrong I am. So, giant grain of salt. There is Congress sets the authorized force strength for the constituent branches of the Department of Defense.
Correct.
So you can have up to this many flag officers, and it goes all the way down to you can have this many E1s. So it's equipment, it's personnel, it is civilian personnel, it is facilities, so on and so forth. But Congress says you can go to this size, but that is not a binding resolution or a binding act of Congress for them to fund that size. Congress can fund up to 100% of that, they can fund up to 120% of that, or they can only fund 25% of that. But the U.S. military in general can only grow to the size that Congress permits, not the size that its funding permits. I think I explained that correctly.
You are pretty much there. Basically, the U.S. has a very, what I would call, belts and braces legalistic approach to how they're funding and procuring stuff. And the fact that more of their secret programs details don't leak out is frankly an amazing feat of either creative accounting or the fact that the US government really doesn't look into what some of its black funds are doing.
I think that's also because the Senate and House committees related to a lot of that black budget expenditures, you notice that the hands that are on those committees don't really change. The Senate and House majority leaders tend to be like, I guess a good example would be my senator, or one of my senators, Mark Warner. He's been on, I want to say, defense. He's either defense or intelligence for a long time. And he is not one of the more senior senators in the Senate currently. And he's been on defense. Whatever committee he's been on that committee for a while. I think even in the current climate, the majority leaders are very, very careful about who they put on those positions. Mm-hmm. And they don't do a lot of churn. So the people and the staffers that work on those committees know what they're doing. They know how to handle the data, and they've been very carefully vetted to handle that data.
That makes sense.
How long that will last, it's anybody's guess, but so far that at least has stayed the same since those committees have been stood up. And also, too, there's a lot of, if I had to guess on the publicly available minutes and even on the top secret SCI minutes of those meetings, there is a lot of, we would like money, we need this much money to fund a program that will develop, exploit, or preserve this capability. And that's the end of the discussion. Beyond, do we pay for it or do we not pay for it? That's a guess. I don't really look at set minutes. I no longer really have the severe insomnia that I used to have. So I don't need to go to sleep, and I don't need to deal with the political bloviating that we've had in these recent years.
Look, it's it's a fun scenario. It is a fun scenario. But let's go on to the next question, which is slightly more worrying. But I think all of you will have views on this one. What if Warspite's machine spirit somehow transcended time and space and found itself in Star Wars in the form of Venator in the service of the Rebels? What shenanigans would she get up to? I'm fairly certain the Empire would cease to exist rather more quickly. And with rather more casualties.
This is... I don't know if the Dorsing Kinsley... I've probably butchered their name. The DK books have been permitted into the current Disney canon. But for the cross-section of the Venator in complete cross-sections in Star Wars... Let me pull the book out because I have it right next to it. There is a... Yes, Star Wars Complete Cross-Sections. If one has this book, which is a nice book, and one goes to the appropriate page for the Venator, you will find... Did they do this alphabetically? No, they did it by episodes. Makes great sense. You will find that they have something called, and I want to get this right, so let me just flip through it. I think it's a base Bravo Delta Zulu or base Delta Zero. And it's essentially they have the capability to glass a planet.
Base Delta Zero. Yeah, they basically it's not so much glassing, it's more they slag it, so the crust just becomes molten slag.
Yeah,
it's not as clean.
That's not a part of Disney canon anymore.
Aww.
Which I do think is sad because it would kind of make sense that a Star Destroyer would have the capability to glass a planet. Sorry, slag a planet.
No, we don't. I will admit one of the good things about modern Disney Star Wars is they've seemed to realise that planets are durable.
Yes,
but anyway.
Thanks, Matrix, well done, by the way.
Humanity
Thank you.
is currently working quite hard on disproving that.
Look, give us time. Give us time, but it's going to take there's a difference between making. How do I put this? Blowing a planet up is a far greater task than making it unlivable.
Yeah.
Yeah. Making it unlivable you can do with about a half dozen missiles.
Well, but the depictions of Star Destroyers glassing planets is you can't.
I mean,
do that.
I mean, given the level of firepower involved in each blast of a turbo laser, you put enough of that fire into one area, you're gonna start turning the crust into broken bits of slag.
No, you. No.
Yes.
Just before we go too far down this rabbit hole, can we just all remember this is made up and is all fundamentally based on something that was not designed to actually make sense or work.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then it's been very, very, very difficult for people who actually care about this stuff to try and, I'm trying to think what the right word is, kind of squeeze into it all something that vaguely makes sense. It's a bit like, I don't know if any of you play BattleTech or have played BattleTech or know BattleTech.
I play MechWarrior, yeah.
Yeah. There is a terrible thing, which is thinking about logistics in that. Again, it doesn't work.
Yeah. Or why you would take a mech into a city that would probably be infested by guys with rocket launchers.
Yeah, and things like that. So yeah, it's there for fun. It's not hard. Sorry. To
get back to the actual question.
Yes.
The issue is that it's just kind of on the weak side for the Imperial era.
I would
a lot of them are being phased out because they're quite heavily obsolete.
I would say the thing is, again, though, this is Warspite Machine Spirit.
Yeah.
I mean,
And that
I can
does count
see
for
how
a lot.
basically.
Did we do this question on Friday? Oh, we did do this question on Friday.
Yes.
No, you left.
Oh, yes, you
I
dealt
had
with
me
it.
do it by myself.
But I had to deal with something, unfortunately.
Fleet, Foxo's now presenting your ramblings by herself. Excellent.
No, no, she's not.
We'll have to set up Foxo with her own channel soon and her own show.
I
Fun
did
police-
get to go on a nice
fun
rant
police-
about the veto.
Sorry,
Um,
I've got to go and I've got to applaud one of our community members over on YouTube. Fun Police, you are great. Don't curb the Irby.
Yeah.
It's called garbage can, not garbage cannot.
Okay. Right then, moving quickly on to Leslie's question. So, 1934, a Japanese, Italian, Spanish, and Nazi designers go together and in a wild world start designing each other's designs. What does Dr. Clarke believe the baseline destroyer, light cruiser, heavy cruiser, carrier, and battleship would be like? Well, I'd hope the battleship would be a scaled-up version of the lovely Littorios, but I'm fairly certain the moment those all design teams get together, if they hear the word about the Yamatos, they'll be going for them. Okay?
No.
They'll be going for them
I-
with German engines, probably knowing our luck, because the German engines will give them more power on paper and will therefore make them faster and more powerful, and the massive Japanese size and guns will help them. That is where I fear it would go. It would be an unholy combination of the two, which would be guaranteed to make all of us stressed.
I mean,
I will let everyone else get in with your own versions after I finish. I will let you all. It will come. For carrier, again, I'd hope they go with the Japanese design. I just hope they go with the Japanese design. The Shikaku would be a good one. They're building up towards that design. They're doing design studies at that point. Heavy cruiser, Italian, please go with the Italians. They produce the nicest, gorgeous looking things. Although I do want some lovely Japanese style torpedoes. None of them have good light cruisers. Not a single one of those three nations has a good light cruiser. And
Yeah, the Italians come closest.
Not in 1934.
Yeah.
Not in 1934.
But if
the nicest
True.
thing that going around in 1934 is the Megami. It is probably the Megamis, and frankly, they're not necessarily a light cruiser. And for destroyers, well, honestly, I like the Italian flair, and the Japanese tend to overbuild them, and the German ones tend to not be able to fire their guns to actually engage targets if they're in a destroyer fight. So I think I'd hope you go for a baseline Italian model with some improvements added on. And now everyone else, please go. Enjoy yourselves. Knock yourselves out.
I mean, are we talking the best case scenario for the Axis forces or future Axis forces, or best case for?
I think best case design for the Axis forces, most likely design they go for in 1934.
As opposed to Elbonia.
Yes.
Because Elbonia would be things like Italian sensors, Italian quality control on propellants and things.
Italian sensors were not bad. Their visual identification gear was probably the best of any.
I was thinking electronic sensors.
You have to be precise.
Yeah, Italian radar.
Wasn't Italian radar not that bad once they finally got their head act together? It took them a while.
Yeah,
but
that was about 43. That's about 9 years down the road.
I know, but the statement's still correct.
Yeah,
yes, but we're talking about 1934 specifically. It's in the question.
Let me dream. Let me dream.
You can't dream 9 years ahead, darling.
Yes, I can.
You have to keep it to 1934. 1934.
So the thing about 34 is the Germans have got their diesels working for the Deutschland class. And the question is whether that would be of any interest to the Japanese to improve range, possibly, for some of their ships. The the Italians wouldn't really be interested in that. The Japanese have got their super heavy torpedoes. They're good. I mean, but in 34, the Germans are some time away from anything bigger than an 11-inch gun, whereas the Italians have at least a 15-inch. The Japanese have 16 and are certainly thinking about 18-inch.
Yeah.
So it would be kind of, if you scaled up a Littorio to Yamato's size rather than just Yamato, but kind of had a slightly different balance of speed, firepower, protection, so that it was actually capable of over 30 knots, and things, that would be terrifying.
Yeah.
None of them make triple turrets for their heavy cruisers with 8-inch, but the Japanese did do triple 6-inch for the Megamis from memory.
Yeah.
So that would be an option for making a decent big light cruiser like the Town class or the Brooklyns. So they could be looking at that.
Could be.
Probably on an Italian basis, because they probably build the best balanced ships.
So I'm hearing on something that we've got a double voice going on. I don't know how, not on my end. I can't hear double voice.
I can't hear
Neither can I.
YouTube
I can't.
YouTube Minecraft watcher, are you listening into Dan? Are you sitting next to Dan's house? Are you at his wall with a glass?
YouTube Minecraft watcher, do you have my stream open as well? Because that would do it, and I've done that before. I have double voice, but that's merely because I'm listening to my own audio levels, so I can make sure that everybody is roughly equally audible.
Actually, I've just got a quick question.
Yeah?
If I remember correctly, German armor plate, even at this point, was quite a bit better than the Japanese armor plate.
Debatable, yes. They certainly claimed
How much improvement do you think there would be if you made the armor for the Japanese ships out of German armor plate?
The problem for the Japanese wasn't so much their metallurgical technology, it was the ores they were using. And the ores they had access to. And the thing is, basically you could fix a lot of the Japanese problems by giving them access to Swedish ore. If they had the spare foreign currency to start buy their stuff from Sweden, that would be the difference.
I'm now trying to think what the Japanese could trade for that, and it's basically coming down to different types of fish.
Yeah, basically their problem is their lack of foreign currency that they sometimes they go through at certain points. It's one of the key things that they spend a lot of time fixing when it was past World War II. They spent a lot of time fixing that.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think, because most of the Italian stuff is pretty specialized for the Mediterranean, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, but they've got good tech in terms of their gunnery.
Yeah.
Runon, you should have had something beep you.
Oh, yep, I see it. You also should have had something beep you, but, you know, much for muchness.
It hadn't.
Indeed.
If I remember correctly, didn't the Italian engines have not much, but have an increased fuel consumption rate?
Let's put it this way.
Speeds.
They tended to have a higher operating on a higher cruising speed than most other nations would pick because they could afford to, because they would tend to be operating on shorter ranges.
Alright, so that's not the machinery itself.
No. That's the settings they choose to operate at.
Didn't they also work with the gearing, though? Weren't their gearing ratios also slightly different? Same way you would gear obviously.
Well, yeah, it's geared. It's geared for higher speed. It's geared for.
Yeah.
You can gear a turbine for cruising. You can gear a turbine for higher speed, and sometimes you have. Well, let's put it this way: if you have read something called turbine sets, turbine sets. What that usually means is they'll have one of those the sets is one turbine's geared for high speed, one turbine's geared for cruising, and they might only run one prop shaft, one shaft when they're cruising along. They might be cruising along on two shafts and keep two shafts basically idling, and then they turn them on and pump steam in them to give them high speed. So, that sometimes some ships literally their method of doing a cruising speed is they are only using two of their shafts. Now, I think that's been a fun one. Michael Cooch. In 1937, the Nelrods come in for a major refit. What refit did they get, and how their cable is affected? Oh, if I was refitting the Nelrods in 1937.
Are we talking refit or rebuild?
Probably.
Can I give them?
You can probably get away with a major refit, but I think I would. The things I'd be going for would be 4.5-inch dual-purpose guns replacing the 6-inch, and things on the sort of aft, and you can do that with the turrets. I'd probably be adding in, making sure they've got their radars put in. And you can get experimental radars in 1937, so you could start having them put in. And thank you for the cannon hitting a ship. Thank you. And I'd probably also add in. You see, I'd be tempted if I've got them coming in from 1937 for a rebuild. I've also got better boilers available in 1937 than I had when they were fitted, so I'd put them in new boilers, new turbines, and I'd be tempted to see if I could save enough weight dropping from 6 inches down to 4.5 to see if I can get in that third shaft. Because if I can put in a third shaft, and I can put in I've got the boiler space. I can put in the more powerful boilers. Then I can possibly talk about bumping up their speed. But that's going to be major work. So probably, if I don't get that kind of budget, I do still make the 4.5-inch drop from 6 to 4.5-inch because I can get dual purposes for them for AA defense. And
because you're also replacing your 4.7s.
Yeah. So I can replace the single 4.7s, and and I can use the space the 4.7s give me to add in more things like more 40mm pom poms.
Pom pom.
Yeah.
Pom pom and more pom pom, and then a few more pom pom.
Yeah. And it works.
I mean, so something which I've been slightly wondering about with some of these ships is, I know that you can do like a bulbous bow, and you can have a what do you call it? A transom stern.
Yes.
To basically fool the water into thinking you're a longer ship, so you have you functionally have a better length to beam ratio for kind of efficiency things. How much of such things could you do, or even just almost tacking on a really flimsy extra bit of bow just going forward, just to slice through the water without having any, almost just a free flooding bit of light steel chucked on the front as like a nose cone. And if you reshape the stern to give you a transom, could you, because that shouldn't actually take that much work, weirdly.
It wouldn't take much work, and actually also if you can reshape the stern to give you a transom, but it's going to take time, and whilst it should make things more efficient and should give you a faster hull, and all those things. If you're doing that amount of work, there's not much difference from that to going for something more.
Well, I mean, that was kind of, if you're going to the trouble of certainly of getting them in a dock for long enough to splice in a third
Shafts.
Yeah. Then I think it would be worth doing those.
And the reason why I think that's more possible actually in 1937 than when they were built, and this is the interesting thing, is you have to remember by 1937 the Royal Navy's now had Ark Royal and the Illustrious class, and all of them were ordered with free shaft designs to save weight. So prior to that, the Royal Navy had always gone, we've got to be balanced shafts, we've got to be a 2 or a 4, we can't have a 3. And then for the aircraft carriers, they go, we have to accept it. And then once you're accepting it for the aircraft carriers, you can accept it for other things.
I mean, you could also either make the third you could do something like make the third optimized for cruising and have your other 2 optimized for higher speed, or vice versa, or something. So
by that point, you have a different system of turbine put involved. The turbines that the way the geared turbines are set up for Nelson and Rodney, they can do the cruising. You can also kick them into high gear. So you just repeat that. Make your life easy.
Because also, the thing is, by 37, your 16-inch guns are pretty. You've got them working pretty smoothly. You've worked out all the kinks.
Yeah.
The only question would be, is there anything you could do to sort of give yourself a super heavy shell or something? Could you green boy it and make changes, with like more powerful lifts that are able to pick up a heavier shell?
I think if you're going to do that, if you're going to go for that sort of scenario, you're also going to go for an improved barrel. And you're going to be working on a Mark II 16-inch gun. And the interesting thing is, of course, if you do that in that period, if you've done that, got that developed, and you've got that ready to be implemented in 1937 on them, that means you'd also have it available for the King George V class. In which case, the KGBs would be getting a 16-inch gun. Because if you've already got the 16-inch gun done, and you've already got the triple turret done, then in the nicest way, the easiest thing to do when when the ships are still at the level they're at, when they have to make decisions about the quad 14s and the twin 14s and all that stuff, is we'll just go for 916s. And they'd be British 16-inch. The British we're looking at 16-inch, we're probably looking at a 45 to 48, not a 50. And there's a reason for that. You have to remember the British, once you get to a 16-inch 50 is a lovely gun. But a 16-inch 50 is going to require a lot more, is going to have a shorter barrel life in terms of shells being fired than a 16-inch 45. Because of the pressures and the wears that goes through it. Okay? It's going to need to be replaced that much often. And for Britain, there is always this thing of, do you mind your battleships being maybe slightly shorter ranged in terms of gunfire, but still being available for operations on the other side of the world, or do you want that range of fire, and maybe not have a battleship available at all because it's got to have its guns repaired and refit? And that's always the justification. That's always the thing you have to balance.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Next question. As the RAF will be buying, and this is from 1964, will be buying 12 F-35A Lightning IIs, how do they plan to avoid getting into a fight with the Royal Navy over the F-35? Because this is why they avoided buying the F-35A.
It's not why they avoided buying the F-35A. They avoided buying the F-35A because it has more of a risk of imperiling the Typhoon and Tempest programs. And it makes me think that the Tempest program is more mature, and so readier to produce an aircraft, and the Typhoon they are seeing the limits of when of how much more they can do to it as a platform before it starts. Obsoleting is the wrong word, because I think an aircraft like that is going to be able to. You're going to, you could use something from the 70s to just lug, as a bomb truck or whatever. So
it's not even that. It's much simpler than that. It's just down to the fact that neither Tempest nor Typhoon can be certified for the nuclear gravity bombs. F-35A is, and that's part, and that is the main reason why it's being procured. I mean, also politely, it's also useful for other roles as well, and it'll be a nice injection of 12 additional 5th generation airframes into the RAF.
It's not 12 additional aircraft. They are converting existing buys of F-35B to A's. They're not buying any more aircraft. So get that out. There's no additional aircraft coming. And they're literally they're putting them into the OCU as that squadron. So they're going to be rolled for the turning people into F-35 pilots, and then they're going to turn the squadron's going to have the job of turning them into Vistal pilots. So they're not going to get training in the officer conversion unit, in the operational conversion unit. They're going to get training in Vistal once they're in their operational squadrons. And it's going to have a second role function as being a nuclear delivery force, but it's not going to have a fixed amount of pilots. So every pilot there who's also doing their operational conversion unit training is technically also going to be doing the nuclear role in a backup state.
Well, so will the instructors in the OCU.
An OCU doesn't have that many instructors.
Mm.
Because it's not a training school, it's a conversion unit.
Mm.
So...
Okay, sorry.
Basically, this is a bright idea. And whilst I don't object to necessarily to them buying the F-35A, I think that it does fit the role, and if they really want that, I myself don't like the tactical nuke role and don't like tactical nukes, but okay, if they want it, fine, get it. But I think the way they're getting it is stupid. I think the way it's being handled is stupid. Honestly, there's part of me which just sits there and goes, no, what you needed to do was announce you're going to buy an extra 48 F-35As, run them as their own wing, and say, right then, that's going to be the RAF-led force, and then the carriers-led force is going to be them, and there's going to be a third wing, which is basically the joint wing, which might go on the other carrier when it's available, if we're operating 2 carriers and that sort of thing, because that makes more sense than trying to do it this way. And we're going to have a mix mash of this, that, and the other, and we're going to have this based at RAF Marham, but they're not going to have the nuke space there, because this is the thing. They're going to have the aircraft based at Marham, but they're not going to move the nuclear storage facility to Marham. So the aircraft are going to have to fly from Marham empty to a base where they can pick up bombs to then be launched.
Oh, that's just silly.
And I know Fleet was going to try and defend them here, but no, the whole way this has worked through is stupid. And by the way, please note, Grant Schnaps is trying to claim credit for the idea, which is a conservative, and I'm still saying it's stupid. I don't care which colour party or hue you are, it is stupid the way this is being done.
So let me make sure I have this right. You're going to have to do a standard pre-flight, fly from location A to location B.
Yeah.
Do your post-flight, then do a nuclear post-flight, land, do your post-flight inspection, get rearmed, or get armed with the munitions, then do your nuclear preload and then your nuclear pre-flight, then take off and either orbit or make your strike.
Yep.
I mean,
wow, you really want to telegraph your intentions, don't you?
The only way that makes sense is basically complicating targeting for the other side. As an offensive or deterrence use case, it makes literally no sense.
It doesn't make targeting complicated for the other. It doesn't make targeting complicated for the other side. I just hit the nuke base or I hit the Marham. One or the other, I'm taking you out.
It actually gives us 2 points. It gives us 2 points of failure instead of 1, so 2 places to protect.
Well,
So
yes, but they have to hit 2 places. Like Alex, when it comes to, as I said, when it comes to nuclear,
no, you only have to hit 1 of those.
No, you don't. You have to hit 2 because
no, you don't.
yes, you do. You do have to hit 2 because
if
politely.
You take out the nuke base. What are the F-35As from Marham going to fly and drop on you? Or if you've taken out Marham, what are you going to load the nukes onto? You only have to take out one of the 2. It's a single point of failure. But now
can you guarantee? But can you guarantee you're going to get all the F-35? No, you can't.
Yeah,
you have to hit both.
No,
when it comes to strike planning, you don't assume anything. You hit both targets.
You can,
Fleet,
you do.
Fleet, out of 12 aircraft, how many are going to be operational at any one time?
It doesn't matter what the operational capability is.
Fleet,
if you
have
on site,
3.
The answer is about maximum is going to be 8 available. 8 available out of 12. Okay. So now you've got 8 airframes sitting at Marham. You're doing operational conversion unit rolling, and do that. So you've got to re-roll them, get them on, have them take off, and in the nicest way. There are a lot of security issues going to be with having this, and one of the things
I'm not trying to defend. I'm not trying to defend the way they've set it up. It is fundamentally daft to have a deterrence set up the way they have. You want one airbase where this is all taking place.
This is not deterrence. In a nice way, deterrence is the SSBN. This is...
It's posturing.
Yeah, it's posturing.
It's posturing.
Yeah. But either way, it's a daft way to set it up.
Yeah.
The only possible thing I can see, even if it's unintentional being useful, is that it adds another step on the escalation ladder.
That's my thought.
Where it's a case of, under normal circumstances, our F-35s are kept away from our nukes. You know we're serious when the F-35s are now with the nukes and ready to take off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's my thought with it. That it gives you a step of, we are moving the F-35s to the nuke base. This is very clear signalling that we are about to do, or we are gearing up. And this is a clear demonstration that would be seen of kind of putting forces onto higher standby.
Okay, well, that's the other trouble I have. The nuke base doesn't have the facilities it needs for aircraft to be maintained on standby. Those facilities have been got rid of in a cost-saving measure years ago.
I mean, but how do we even have anywhere that's still a nuke base, given that we haven't had any...
No, because it's not a British... It's a base in Britain, which is American-owned.
Yep.
Because remember, these
actually,
are nukes which are the American pool of nukes they provide to NATO.
Why don't we just...
Actually, no, that might be why we're not basing them there, then.
Why don't we just get the Americans to base a squadron of F-35As in Britain, then?
They won't be under British command.
But they're not going to be under British command anyway.
This is
everything up.
Well, no, but the moment they're handed over to tactical nuclear mission, they're handed over to NATO. They're not in the British command anymore.
Yeah. It's the whole nuclear. It's the whole nuclear sharing. It's basically just Britain committing to that.
Richard, it's not the...
In the nicest way, if you look at the numbers of aircraft being committed by Italy and other nations to this role, and then Britain suddenly going, we're committing 12! Of which only 8 are going to be available at any one time! And only after we've taken them from the primary role they're going to be doing. It is the biggest load of posturing you have ever seen. It is, and also here's the thing: the operational conversion unit was also supposed to be, like it was used in the Falklands War, the first reserve of pilots and working aircraft to go out to replace any losses of F-35s on operations. Now, what can't an F-35A do?
Take off from a carrier. It can land on a carrier once. Gear up, and skid along, and then hopefully come to a stop somewhere on the ski jump.
To my knowledge,
Paul is technically correct. It is rented to the US, not owned. It's still called RAF Mildenhall. It is true. It is, but it's just
okay. So I wanna comment on something that, where are you? Richard had said, it's not the procurement so much as it is the force structure. And then, if my memory serves me correctly, the A of the three primary variants, because we're not going to talk about the Israeli variant, has the longest clean range of the three.
No, C does.
I thought C was Catabar and it lost range to carry the heavier gear, arrestor, all that jazz.
No, because it's bigger in all the other aspects as well.
Yeah, C's got the biggest tanks of all of them.
Yeah, but I thought C only had the biggest range if it was carrying the external fuel tanks.
No. It's got the biggest range in thanks to its internal tanks. But the thing is, again, it's one of those things of the C's not nuclear certified and the A is. But Jacob Van Eck is quite correct. There's roughly around 200 F-35As in countries that are also nuclear sharing, and Britain's going to be adding 8 to that.
Like if they the issue, a lot of the issues that the panel as a whole, and I put including myself in this, seem to have, is with the way this procurement is being done and the way in which it's being structured within the British Armed Forces. If they had ordered 12 new aircraft specifically to contribute to the role, then and set up a certain squadron in like an airbase and set it up so that those aircraft are there for that role. Will qualify aircrew from B to A.
Yeah.
And we'll have them as a squadron that we're buying them to commit to this, and they're extra airframes. Like I would be, and that was my assumption when I first heard the news. Like we're buying these extra airframes, we're setting up a squadron to do this a certain way.
You are a sensible person. That is what a sensible person would do.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Dr. Clarke. I'm gonna step on you for a second here to let Fleet go.
And if even if it was still just 12 aircraft, 12 additional airframes dedicated mostly to that role, with obviously the ability to still function as normal F-35As, fine, brilliant, not a problem. Based out of one airbase where the nukes of the aircraft are, fine. But doing it this way is the most asinine nonsense I've ever heard. And I am someone who believes in having this mid-level nuclear posturing availability as a nuclear state. But even I'm sat there going, you're going about this the worst way possible. And the only marginal thing is possibly maybe you might cause the Russians to shoot nukes at 2 places rather than 1 to try and get everything. But even then, that's an edge case. And they might not even do that. They might just go, we'll just hit 1 site rather than 2. So at that point, you're still not getting the benefit of that.
Yeah, Fleet, as soon as my orbital or modern U-2 SR-71 equivalents see that those aircraft have taken off from their home base, I'm going to look at them and be like, where are they headed? Oh, they're headed toward the nuke storage. Okay, what's our time on target to drop a warhead on top of that base? Oh, it's that? Okay, launch then.
Yeah, that would probably be the way to do it.
Let's put it this way. Fleet, you also realise that currently the UK doesn't possess any tankers capable of refueling an A variant as well. There is a version of the A exists which could be refueled by the British system, but that version of the A is called the I. It's the Israeli version, and we're not buying that specifically.
Are all of your wait? Sorry, excuse me, Foxo. 1 second, I got a really quick question. Yeah. Are all of your tankers drobe tankers?
Yeah. And even better, they're public-private finance partnership, so they're a massively long contract we can't get out of. Go look up the Voyager program. If you want to see some fun.
Okay. I'm going to let Foxo go, because if I go down this rabbit hole, she's not going to be able to get a word in edgewise. Okay. All right.
I'm just going to ask quickly, what's the difference between the F-35A and the F-35I, then?
No, some of the Israeli versions do have the system which the British use. I know most of them don't, but some do.
But the story I have heard about the refueling is that the US Air Force kind of boom based is the best way to refuel something as big and thirsty as a B-52. Because Britain hasn't had anything that size since the early to mid 80s, other than tankers, like our Victors, we don't need that, and so we can go with the more flexible, easier, and I think cheaper to adapt with on an aircraft.
Probe and drogue.
Form, which also works with the US Navy, who in a lot of ways we are more likely to want to buddy up with, and who might also appreciate us showing up with a tanker to help some of their aircraft, whereas the US Air Force can probably expect one of their own to turn up anywhere, anywhen.
Yep.
Yeah,
So
it's just yeah, we are. This is absolutely grade A posturing. This is what I will say, is that the F-35A procurement, I have no doubt the pilots will do well. I have no doubt everyone will work their hardest to deliver something good. But it's just, the whole point is, this is the most asinine methodology of doing it known to mankind.
The only positive I can see out of this at all is that it will give us in the UK familiarity with handling, and it will give us spares and everything of the A. So should anyone want to stage, who actually has a decent number of them, want to stage their A's out of the UK, we will be able to help them with that. That's it. I don't have any...
If all three were nuclear certified, if all three F-35 variants were nuclear certified, for Britain at this point, we probably want to go with the B, because we have the B, and then we could basically go, maybe make the case for our own carriers, even maybe having a maybe carrying components or something like that. But yeah, it's
okay.
For Britain. The best scenario would have been, in a nice way, is if you go back in time and you go, right then, we're going to buy the C variant. And we're going to have Caterpillar carriers from the get-go, and they were designed and built as Caterpillar carriers. And the F-35, the RF got the C, and then Britain would have just got the C certified for doing it, because the C would have had the range. But the trouble is, then the RAF would not be getting the Tempest program. That is the thing. If you got the F-35C, the Tempest program would never have got through with the funding.
There is one thing I need to say that would stop that. If you nuke certify the F-35B, from the US point of view, you are basically giving nukes to the Marines.
Yes.
We do not give nukes to the Marines.
Why not?
Because
we are not giving nukes to MacArthur.
Because there is too high a probability that they will go, ooh, glowing crayons, and try and eat them.
Stop being
and the components are poisonous.
Stop being cruel about US Marines.
Weirdly, at least one guy from my school joined the Marines, and a girl from my school has married a US Marine. Mm-hmm. I think this is more people joining the US military than the British military in my school that was in West London. It's weird.
Oh, it's fun times. Right. So next question. Castanet, if those naming ships have a sense of fun, would the press be able to keep a straight face when reporting on an exercise with JSDF Kaiju, HMS Werewolf, USS Chupacabra, HMCS Sasquatch, and INS Yeti? Well, I kept a straight face the whole way through that, didn't I?
Yes, but I know your sense of humor, Dr. Clarke.
You forgot HMAS Drop Bear.
They would have fun with that. They would have fun.
I mean, the issue is those are all vaguely threatening actual proper names.
Yes.
To have names that you wouldn't take seriously, it would have to be like USS Riz, USS Rizzler, USS
Cease.
Ohio.
Please.
HMS Sigma.
Cease.
Actually, I will say this. I will say
Fleet,
this.
would you like...
one of the things you have to remember about this, and please note, sorry, is that originally, when the Royal Navy was getting together what they call, of course, the Gay class, which were their patrol boats they built in the 1950s, they ordered 12, but originally they were going to get 18. And their Fs were going to include not just Fencer and Forester, so they're literally called Gay Fencer, Gay Forester, but also Gay Flasher.
You know, the jokes write themselves.
And this is the point I tend to make about the Royal Navy. This was their serious patrol boats that they made in the 1950s. It's not a joke. It's literally what they were calling them. And you sit there and go, our sense of humour has changed over time, or the Royal Navy knew there'd be a lot of jokes about it and they just didn't care. And they thought it'd be funny. Because they've got the Gay Cavalier, Gay Centurion, Gay Charger, Gay Charioteer, Gay Dragon, Gay Bruiser, Gay Bowman, Gay Bombardier, and Gay Archer. As well as Fencer and Forester, of course.
I mean, Gay Forester should have been gifted to the Canadians, surely.
Hey,
Look, the Royal Navy...
this guy, he's
Royal
a funny
Navy,
man.
The Royal Navy also, during World War II, operated the Gay Viking and the Gay Corsair.
Yes. They also have the Flower class.
Yeah.
And I do think that we need to think about the impact on our enemies when they are sunk or destroyed by, things like HMS. I'm trying to think of a good flower name. I'm just Poppy or
Pansy.
Yeah.
HMS Daisy.
Yeah.
No, Pansy is more psychologically disruptive to the majority of our current crop of geopolitical enemies.
Pansy kept getting bought by foreign nations and never actually got served, whereas Daisy did actually get used and did actually serve and cause issues for people.
Nobody asked me how much money I'm about to spend on paint.
I will admit, the Royal Navy...
Sorry.
The Royal Navy did have a couple of names that, especially during the First World War, that I don't think I could say on this stream.
Hey, look, in the 1850s, they had the Cheerful class, which included HMS Pet and HMS Pert. And they decided not to include HMS Perky or HMS Proud.
I was about to say, did they have a Perky as well?
Yeah.
They also had the Black Joke, which was the captured slaver that got used on the anti-slavery patrol.
Yeah. Which some of the Black Pearl stuff is based off. It's a fun time.
I'm a big fan of the anti-slavery patrols. Anything that's anti-slavery, frankly. But yeah, the opportunities for interesting names. And I mean, if nothing else, it's going to be better than things like U942 or something. But and also you have the benefit that it will mess up enemy intelligence, because it'll be a bit like, what kind of plane shot at you and damaged your aircraft and rendered you, a mission kill? It was a Spitfire. Really? Because the only aircraft the British were employing around there was the Swordfish. It was a Spitfire. It was only a Spitfire.
Yeah, they're always shot down by Spitfires.
Anything else you might have heard is a lie.
Yeah. Mush.
Spitfire from HMS Frostbite.
Mush.
Dan, excuse me. Dan, yeah, you are Mush. Well, while you technically nothing in that statement is incorrect, I am going to say that for once, Nightbot actually has a point. So just easy on the caps.
The Nightbot is very careful on the caps, because usually that is the people who are advertising, let's put it this way, companionship of questionable virtue, or negotiable virtue, if it may be. And to answer Wardborough, so when's the F-35 going to leave India? Well, this is the point where a lot of us who might have for years been talking about the problems with the supply system for the F-35 and the spare parts system being too much, how do I put this, just-in-time logistics, might currently be giggling a lot. Because the component that they had is supposed to not go wrong. So they weren't supposed to need it. So, yeah, we'll see how long it takes to get it out there and installed. It's fun times. Now, what role would Nelson serve if he was somehow miraculously transferred to the modern-day Royal Navy ship? What would happen to him? That would be a whole long conversation. If he's a modern Royal
When in
Navy...
his career?
I'm going to presume when he dies. He dies and he wakes up on a modern Royal Navy ship.
He goes on a press junket tour. He's a public relations guy. That's the only useful thing he has.
Oh yeah.
He gets pensioned off due to the number of wounds he has.
Possibly.
Or if it's somewhere around World War One, World War Two, he gets introduced to Carpenter Weird. Together they are terrifying.
Possibly we have to... I'm going to say this in the nicest way because I know her. I'm friends with her, and I mean this in the nicest way. We might have to protect Nelson from Kate Jameson.
What is she intending to do? And why are you trying to inflict more pain upon that woman? Because every time you mention her, something goes horribly, horribly wrong.
Probably quiz him to within an inch of his life. I mean, literally, quiz him to within an inch of his life. Steve, could Singapore have been held if the British decided to reinforce it right away after the US troops from the Philippines were moved there? If the US had decided that they couldn't hold the Philippines and moved their troops into Malaya, you'd have ended up with 2 ineffectual ground forces commanders. No, in Malaya. Look, there are options, as I've discussed before, to save Singapore and how you could do it. If you can reinforce it more quickly and put troops there, good. But basically the big problem for Singapore is the troops are spread out. That were there in Malaya, they're all over the place trying to defend a whole load of airfields which they can't defend and which they don't have aircraft for. And pretty much you need to be ruthless with the Malayan governor and basically go, right then, you know that jungle which you are so proud of, that jungle which you're so proud of and is very good for the plantations and the rubber supply? Yes, it is. I'm burning it. Why? Because I'm not letting the Japanese get through. You can't do that.
Why? Because it's got Japanese in it.
I'm not asking you permission. The fire's already started. I have read and gone through some very interesting exercises on Malaya, and if you have absolutely no qualms about ecological damage, and you have no qualms about financial damage to planters, you can stop the Japanese. And you can stop them brutally with the troops you have available.
And essentially the conversation you need to have with your mercantile interests is, what's going to cost you more money? Having your production facilities destroyed until we can push them back and then you can rebuild and restart production, or having multiple years of Japanese occupation, which will destroy your production facilities, or C, you still having to produce but not getting paid for your produce, and then having to rebuild them after several years. What's going to cost you more money?
You see, the thing is, this is the point. If you'd been dealing with certain personnel out there from the Armed Forces in command, or senior forces commander out there, they wouldn't even have that conversation with the mercantile interests. They wouldn't care.
No, they probably would not.
That's the point. In the nicest way, at that point, you do what you need to do, and then you are... It's one of those scenarios where, realistically, the people involved, the senior officers involved, should have been the I'll ask for forgiveness later, not permission now types.
They also... The problem was they put... Brooke Popham was more of a civilian administrator by that stage than he was a military officer.
Yeah.
So he was an exceptionally bad choice to put in charge, because he'd come from, I think, Kenya, and so was used to dealing with a kind of a small elite, white, but probably some kind of non-white but not necessarily local elites who ran big plantations and things, and that they were kind of in charge of things. And I think that just doesn't work when you're facing the threat you are, and in the different social circumstances of Malaya and Singapore versus what was happening in sub-Saharan Africa at that point.
Yeah.
And I don't like what was happening in sub-Saharan Africa at that sort of stage. Not
what you call a pleasant day out in the country, was it?
No.
It wasn't. But yeah, so in that sense, he was very much the wrong person. I still maintain they should have sent out. Oh God, why can I never remember his name? Guy who was in charge of Fighter Command.
Which one?
Dowding?
Up until November 1940, which is also exactly when Brooke Popham got appointed.
Dowding.
Downing?
Yeah. So Dowding, who was literally the same rank, had just been kicked out, and it would be one of the very few posts you could give him that would actually potentially look like a promotion, at least in public, whilst also kicking him to literally the opposite side of the world.
Yeah.
The perfect thing, and he could have done some real good.
I would have said,
For once.
I'd have said actually who you want to send out as Commander-in-Chief out there is Roger Keyes. Probably Downing to head the... That's actually quite an interesting thing to do. If you send out Downing to head the RAF out there, but you put Roger Keyes out there as Commander-in-Chief Far East, in charge of everyone, coordinating the Navy, the Army, the Air Force, you then have those two, and frankly, I can imagine the thing is Downing would get on with it, and the very nice Keyes would deal with the top cover of going... You're upset with him. Oh, cute. I think he's doing an excellent job. And I'm a 5-star. I'm an Admiral of the Fleet. You really want to have this argument with me?
Because this is the guy who basically turned around to France during the Battle of France and went, "You're not getting a single Spitfire. Go away." No, not even one. That one that landed on the beach in Dunkirk, yes, I'm sending a team to go and pick it up off the beach. Because you're not even getting that one. You're not even getting bits of a Spitfire, kind of scattered across a wide area of France. I'm bringing it all back, and kind of no more Hurricanes are going either. They are mine, all mine, my precious. And he wanders off sits there hunched in a corner, clutching his pilot's wings and going, "My precious, my precious." Sorry.
Okay.
Are you okay, Dan? Do you need to go talk to someone?
Dan might be having what could be politely termed a moment.
Yeah, possibly. Right.
Only a moment?
Many. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. I remember someone asking me this, but which admirals do you hate the most? Top 3 most hated. Personally, the names are as follows in particular: Halsey for Samar, BT for Jutland, and King. Well, I definitely wouldn't put King up there as one of my most hated admirals. BT... I'm going to let all the rest of you go first, and I'm going to get involved, but I'm going to use that time to go grab an iron brew. I know, it's Alex treat time, so you think it's poodle treat time as well. Maybe. We'll see how good you are when I get back.
I'm going to take I don't know their names because I hate them so much. I'm going to take all the admirals that functionally lied to Tsar Nicholas when sending out the 2nd Pacific Squadron.
Oh, yeah. All that lot.
Also, what about the people who were running...
If there was a group which was collectively worse... That's them.
Yes, and the Flagstaff, brevetted or otherwise, at Bureau who were overseeing the performance deployment and updating cycle for the Mark 48 or Mark 14.
Oh yeah.
And Mark 6 exploded.
Because I think the thing is that with all of the 3 named by YouTube Minecraft Watcher, there are... I think those are better thought of as moments to hate somebody and to say that you think they did exactly the wrong thing.
Yes.
So Halsey did the wrong thing at Samar, and he also did the wrong thing with driving into typhoons at least twice. Those were both pretty bad.
If only he'd had a third typhoon to be able to drive into. He might have been right that time, and then people had gone, "Yay! You're right."
Yeah. VT at Jutland, bad. As a politician, quite good. For a given value of good. And as a more junior officer, captain and things, quite good. King, frankly, made mostly the right calls. I think I think you could have... The main thing I'd criticize him over is the US East Coast in the early months of the war. Photo Recon Spitfires, Leslie Mitchell, I think might have fallen under Bomber Command. I think Photo Recce was a Bomber Command or an Army Corporation thing, not Fighter Command, but never mind. So I think those are better examples as something which are that they have bad moments and possibly several bad moments. MacArthur, I think, has bad years to decades, but he's
This is
not
the other
named
reason
his
for
army.
Keyes to be deployed to the Far East, because Keyes would be senior enough to look at MacArthur and go, "Yeah, so what?"
And also enough of a politician to know how to push MacArthur's buttons to the point where MacArthur would, what's the right way of putting it? He'd know how to play him.
Yeah.
Because the thing was, MacArthur was very political in a way that a lot of military aren't, whilst they're still in service.
Whereas Keyes was a master. Keyes was a master of the dark arts of politics in many ways. Keyes would have given MacArthur a masterclass in how to run it. And the thing is, Keyes understood the political system in Australia and also was quite popular in America. You have to remember, Keyes knows a lot of the senior politicians in America as well. If anyone could swing a personal thing whereby the Americans actually let a Brit be in overall command of the combined forces, it would be Keyes. There are very few options at that period in World War II who they would actually allow, because they don't have enough reputation in America that they could accept it. But Keyes, they could go, well, Keyes from all the movie reels, etc. about him. He's going to be in charge of the forces. The guy who's going to bring together all the allies, the Dutch, the Americans, the Brits, everything in Southeast Asia to fight off the Japanese. It could work.
Yeah.
And let's be honest, President Roosevelt would have a powerful incentive to make it work.
Yep.
I mean, MacArthur wouldn't be in charge. Everyone, before they started objecting, didn't know the Americans would never accept it. No, Roosevelt would have a way to stop MacArthur being in charge and having to deal with MacArthur. He would find a way.
Life finds a way.
Somebody who I've not heard much that's positive about is Admiral Towers in the US Navy.
No, yeah.
There doesn't seem to be much good said about him.
I have fun with another admiral in the US Navy.
Who?
A certain Richmond K. Turner.
Oh, you mean over the intelligence?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I don't feel the Royal Navy has quite the same thing. I mean, I think it's more that they did the dirty on a couple of admirals they shouldn't have done. Because there was the guy who was it North, who was in charge at Gibraltar and got fired for, I think it was just standing up for Somerville or something. I can't remember exactly. Yeah.
they occasionally, when they threaten Cunningham, threaten Somerville, Cunningham threatens to resign and act as his defence lawyer, and that usually shuts people down. Anyway, next one, Bowman Boy. In 1939, what happens if the Tribal Class's 4.7-inch twins are all replaced with new 5.25-inch dual-purpose single mounts? Does this improve or hurt their over effectiveness? It hurts because it reduces their rate of fire. It hurts.
The only thing is it improves their anti-aircraft capability.
It does improve their air capability, yes, but it hurts their ability to actually fight other destroyers.
Yeah, replace the 4.7s with a dual-purpose mount for either their 4.7 or 4.5 or the 62-pound 4.7.
If you are concerned, if you really want to go for the 5.25s, you could replace them as long as you could do it. Put three twin dual-purpose turrets mounts on there, which theoretically you could, because get rid of one of the 4.7-inch mounts and go to three turrets, three mounts, dual-purpose mounts. For 5.25s, you could probably make it work, but you can't drop from 8 down to 4. You can drop from 8 to 6 and get away with it, but dropping from 8 to 4 is not going to be enough rate of fire.
Now, would a 5.25 mount actually work a lot better if you took the sides and to some extent the back off it, so that you weren't quite as cramped trying to work the guns?
There's a reason I used mount. Reason I used mount rather than turret. But even if you have got a single gun, there's only so far. There's only so fast you can fire it. That's why you go for a twin gun mount and try going up. And that's why, sort of, at a certain point, the British tried triple 4-inch ones.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that didn't work well either.
The next question's going to be a fun one. Richard Gross, Dr. Clarke, Fisher builds the Invincibles first. All three are launched within 6 months. What would the rest of the world think? Dreadnought comes the year after. What do you think happens? If Dreadnought comes after the Invincibles, then I have no doubts that Dreadnought is built with super firing guns. Because the first thing Fisher got told off by the DNC and everyone else with Dreadnought after he pushed through Dreadnought was, we could have done it with super firing, and it's only after the ship's being built that he accepts he could have done. And the only reason they don't get them on the Invincibles is because he's trying to rush that design through, and he's trying to rush it through. In a nice way, if the Invincibles come first, Dreadnought comes out with super firing guns, which changes some things. Also gives them a slightly tougher broadside. And a longer overall hull, and so a narrower hull as well. So it's interesting what effect on the speed it might. It might actually mean that Dreadnought comes out as 24-knot ship, which would cause all sorts of trouble for the Invincibles, because the Invincibles aren't that fast.
Well, it basically guarantees that the Invincible. It makes the Invincibles, hopefully, and I don't rely on this, the last generation of armored cruisers rather than the first generation of battle cruisers, because hopefully you would then follow them up with something which is got super firing turrets and a load more speed if you're going to go for that.
Well, because the thing is, they're 25-knot ships, and that's fine. But if the thing is, I'm working on in the case of if you have the similar power or maybe slightly better, because the thing is, again, if you've gone with the Invincibles, you've gone with Yarrow type boilers for at least 2 of them. So you probably go with Yarrow type boilers for Dreadnought. And the thing is, whilst it's a heavier build, if it's a longer build with its two turrets forward, A, B, super firing, X, Y, super firing, and a turret in the middle, so 5 twin 12-inch guns, you are probably going to find length to beam ratio reduces by about that much. So you're probably looking at the dreadnoughts coming in at roughly a 23 and a half knot design. Maybe even a 24 knot design. And if that's the case, then your armored cruisers, your battle cruisers, just look... well, they've got lighter armor and they're faster. How much? By a knot. So they've got a knot to get themselves away from that thing coming after them. Yeah.
That big thing that's going, hello!
That big thing that's got armor that can resist their fire and actually has it armored coverage. And you almost find yourself potentially ending up going down the route of the fast battleship.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean. I think they could be the last of the armored cruisers, not the start of something different. And you also would definitely not get the imponderables or... What are the ones that kind of take all of the bad elements of the Invincibles and then make them worse? It's improbable... Indefatigable Australia and New Zealand. Yeah, you don't get them.
No. Basically, the moment the Royal Navy can get rid of Fisher and stop him being involved, their battle cruisers stop being dreadnought armored cruisers and start turning into things which eventually create Tiger. And you can tell the moment he's back because then you have renowned Repulse and the Admirals and Courageous and Glorious and Furious. You sit there and look at them and go, oh. They let him back in the room. You see, that's the thing. That's the thing. Fisher's a complicated soul, but in some ways he's an absolute twit. Black Horse. Could an evaluation like Dunkirk, I think you mean evacuation, Black Horse? Could an evacuation like Dunkirk have been done at a place in the Philippines?
No, the distance is vast.
The distances, and you need the number of ships you need to do it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not... It's a thing of... You could technically do it if you had the stationary and physical infrastructure in place to do it.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is you don't have that stationary and mobile infrastructure, i.e. the ships and the ports to receive them to do it. Even if you could get the ships there to haul off the Bataan garrison, you don't have any place to put them because there's no nearby port to Manila or Subic Bay. I think it's Subic Bay that can receive that much personnel that quickly. That isn't under Japanese attack.
I'm just going to answer something going on in the chat. Walter Brodus, on MacArthur, you have to understand he has some good points, but he does do some very good things, the landing and inshore, etc. But he also has times where he completely shuts down. And honestly, he is... MacArthur's very, very much believes he's almost like the main character and the player in a computer game, the main character. And it causes interesting problems dealing with him from a political point of view and a leadership perspective. And I would say that's part of the problem that you pick up. It's not so much MacArthur hate as the issues he caused.
MacArthur in the 40s and during World War II is a tactically sound officer. He can run a battle, he can run a campaign, as in within a small sphere, like, for example, the retaking of the Philippines. He runs that operation once he's ashore, and it goes relatively well. He handles the evacuation. Yeah, he runs the evacuation from the Philippines as well. This is the thing. MacArthur during World War II was tactically quite a good officer, but strategically and politically, he could be an absolute arse to deal with.
Yeah. So I'm gonna push back or caveat Fleet's statement. MacArthur is a tactically competent officer when he feels that he is in operational control, e.g., has the initiative and is well supported by what are arguably the rear echelon, e.g., the Navy, forces. When MacArthur feels unsupported or that he does not have the initiative, he falls to pieces. We see this on December 8th.
Okay, let's move on to Jonathan Moon's question. What is the best way to ask Garrus about the Australian rewards? Don't have my coins yet. I would suggest messaging Drac, because he's dealing with the posting of the coins. And there have been some interesting things going on, but broadly speaking, it seems to be going out well. Hendrik Botha.
So I think. Oh, I was just going to say, when I popped round to Drax a couple of weeks ago, he has them all, and I think is waiting to possibly post them out with more of the book rewards, and also has been delayed a bit by the rejigging by moving offices. But he has the coins are physically in his office.
Yes.
He had a nice big pile of the books to send out, which I depleted a reasonable chunk of. Going, ooh, can I have that? And yeah, so they exist. They physically exist. We have learnt lessons about getting them out.
Yeah,
but we're working on it. And apologies.
Hendrik, where can I find a technical detail for the plate thickness of Type 24 torpedo boats? Type 24 torpedo boats.
They're the German ones.
Yeah.
They're the
Marder's book. What's it called? His book on the small forces. That had that sort of details in. That has it, doesn't it? I would get up and start searching my books, but currently I am a pillow for a poodle.
Not sure. The only other thing I can think of for that is the there's a German-Navy.de has a whole load of stuff about Kriegsmarine ships, including details on how to make models of them.
Oh yeah, it does.
Whether that might have details, I'm not sure. I've got it open. The other thing is plating thickness is variable on a ship along its length as well, and it's we say like the
Carry on. I've forgotten something, and so I've just been reminded by a poodle.
I was just thinking because the US destroyers, like the Sullivans, have about 1/2-inch plating, but I wouldn't be surprised if they had slightly thicker plating, hull plates forward compared with what they've got aft. If that makes sense. To take the bow waves and things.
It's fun times. Anyway.
I do want to express.
I would say the best source is Marder. Also, try that website. Marder's book is on the fleets of the ships of the Kriegsmarine. Runon?
So I am going to expose a little bit of bad form here, just to comment on something Walter Broadus has said in the chat. The reason why MacArthur tends to get piled on is because MacArthur is the loudest and proudest of U.S. Pacific War generals, and he's also wearing his stars in combat command positions for the longest. It's the thing of the tallest trees get cut down first.
Yeah,
and he gets given the Medal of Honor when, frankly, I would have put a hemp rope around his neck.
Anyway, leaving that to one side, I would say, what was I going to say? Also, for those interested, I think about 20 more items of poodle imagery need to sell from the Spreadshirt store before the month ends for me to be able to keep that up there. So it's between now and tomorrow. I would also apologize if you're American. Spreadshirt, it's interesting. There is tariffs. I do apologise. I am trying to get the Amazon store set up, and there are various things which get round that. And yeah. Thanks for Brianna. Thank you.
Mark Clarke does get lots of criticism. In fact, he gets
he does
a huge amount.
Yeah, they all.
And,
honestly, a lot of the American officers, like a lot of British officers and a lot of the French officers, were just not necessarily prepared for war happening. Anyway, YouTube Minecraft Watcher. People often say that Yamato was the ship built for a wrong war. So, say Germany was given both the infrastructure and resources to use Yamato. How would World War One go?
You've missed one.
No, I haven't.
Missed Morale's question.
No, I haven't. I'm going to go back to that. I'm doing.
Fair enough.
Doing YouTube Minecraft Watchers one because we've done a whole lot of the ones from YouTube, and I thought I'd do one of the Twitch ones.
Oh, fair enough. I couldn't tell which was different. I didn't realise there was a difference.
Well, the ones which are from YouTube, they're put in by Steve.
Fair enough.
Thank you, Ian Williams. So that's I basically spotted one from Powder Monkey and went, yeah, that's the Twitch one, so I'll go to that one and then I'll go back.
I'm nicking off with it.
The only problem with that is that it's from YouTube Minecraft Watcher.
Yeah, I know.
Well, Powder, Twitch is still currently automated because the difference in how they run their backends. So,
yeah, Twitch works. Thank you. Thank you, VM Williams. Thank you. What I would say with that Yamato is if they get Yamato, well, that's the Yamatos don't have the greatest 18-inch gun ever. But I think is if Germany has the infrastructure resources to build Yamato, to have Yamato and operate them, then in nicest way, British naval intelligence, which had managed to penetrate Germany so well, I'm fairly certain that when the Kaiser expunged his bowels, the British naval intelligence told him what he was going to have for breakfast the next day. It's quite disturbing, quite how much the Royal Navy has penetrated Germany at various levels at that point. So if Germany has that, then seeing as the Royal Navy do have an 18-inch gun production line, I'm fairly certain whatever design for HMS Agincourt that was available gets warmed over into, I would argue was an 18-inch gun design, gets built rather quickly. And the Royal Navy goes into, they have one of these. It has 18-inch guns. Turns around to Treasury. Treasury goes, here is blank check. Please don't bankrupt us.
No. Treasury goes, here is threepence. The Navy goes, general public.
No.
The Treasury goes,
it's during World War One. The Treasury, in nicest way, the moment Britain turns around and goes, Germany's got a battleship which is bigger than ours and has 18-inch guns. And the thing is, yes, it would have radar, but would the Germans in World War One be able to replicate that and use that for our things? If they've got the infrastructure and resources to use it and actually deploy it, then they've got radar, which is an advantage, yes. But the British also have a lot of ships.
I have a really
it'll be an interesting scenario. I have a feeling Yamato would end up going down to a swarm of destroyers because that's the major advantage the Royal Navy has at that point.
I mean, I know that it's saying if Germany was given the infrastructure and resources to use.
Yeah.
But I'm just thinking, I mean, Germany doesn't have any oil really in World War II. They have no oil, from what I can tell, in World War One.
They'd have to be getting it from Romania somehow.
I'm not sure Romania was even on their side.
Isn't that part of the Austria-Hungary Republic at that point in time?
No, it's independent by then.
Yeah. It's
I had family who were kind of from there.
Romania is having its own issues at this point, but yes, they would have to be somehow. That's the only way they're going to get the resources if Romania's on their side.
Mm.
All right, Ramol. In terms of the Nimitz class service life, do you think it would be in service with the USN longer than the Enterprise CVN 65? I've actually done a video where I talked about the service life. It's when you start to realize how old Nimitz already is. Okay, and this is a question I want to ask you. This is what I want you I'll all think about. How old do you think the USS Nimitz is? Without looking up, how old do you think it is?
Pushing 50s, isn't she?
She's 48, I think.
About that. I was just looking. I've got my Haynes owner's manual kicking around somewhere.
Off the top of my head, but yeah, she's
53 years old. She was launched in 1972, commissioned 1975.
That was close.
I think she prefers years young.
It's when you start to think about that, you sort of go, hang on, she's already she's up there. She's already up there, and yeah, it is worthwhile considering the fact that she had her overhaul and refueling in 1998 to 2001, and the odds are
she's got another 10 years at least. I think.
She probably ends up going out of service when John F. Kennedy comes into service. She's technically... Kennedy is supposed to be commissioned in 2025. Nimitz will go out of service in 2026. Because if they keep her going any longer, they have to refuel her.
Yeah. I would say that I would say preservation, but then I looked at the fact they scrapped nuclear enterprise, so and also the logistics of actually preserving a nuclear aircraft carrier the size of Nimitz.
Yeah, it's the logistics of it, and then you have even in the U.S. there are certain ports which will. Most of the ports which will allow a fission-powered pressurized reactor vessel in it already have major museum ships in them. And there aren't many left that will still allow a port, even in a deactivated state, a nuclear vessel in it that can support it as a museum ship. Ironically, this administration, if you sold it right, would probably be the most susceptible to setting up some sort of national trust for the preservation of one of our early CVNs. But realistically, that would have to be a federal project. I don't see.
You'd almost need to also find a national park to put it in, because that's the only way you could probably get it through without one of whichever state's doing it having things objecting. So you'd have to find a national park which has coastline and has space, and then you can start to have a federal control.
Your best bet, honestly, would be to take something like, Puget Sound or Bath Iron Works, which are already handling nuclear vessels, and resecure a section of it with a parking lot and a visitor center and park it there.
Yeah.
And this way this is land which is technically owned by General Dynamics. However, General Dynamics is only going to quibble over how many zeros the price tag is on selling the land, not on actually selling the land, if the Department of the Interior or the U.S. Navy wishes to buy it to make a museum ship berth.
Mm-hmm. It's a good idea.
I'm waiting to see my hands back on my stream, and the fact that I'm not seeing them is mildly concerning.
Yeah.
And my stream's frozen. Fantastic.
That
Okay.
all sounds very plausible.
Royman, I'm not sure what what you're talking about, so you have to provide more context for that one.
Yeah, I can read between the lines on that one. I'm going to remove that and tell you to tread carefully.
Oh, I was planning on it, but I was just looking at it going, if you're looking at, if you're trying, if it's another one of those Jesuit conspiracy theories, I have to remind people, the Jesuits are a very small group. They really aren't as powerful as people people at certain points in history seem to believe they were. Individuals in them were definitely persuasive, but as an organization, they were tiny.
And while it is comforting to believe that there is some ultra tiny minority cabal that controls everything, and there is a method to the madness.
Realistically, the world would be better run if there was.
Yeah, remember that while fiction has to make sense, reality doesn't.
Yeah. Colin Cameron.
And if Glenn Stewart is kicking around in the chat, he will be able to second that.
Yeah. Colin Cameron. Is the 36 gun Dutch East Indiaman at the National Naval Museum in Amsterdam the same as the British ship would have been at the time? Broadly speaking, similar. Not too different, Colin.
I can't remember quite what era. I was just saying I can't remember quite what era that one's from versus the Gothenburg.
It's a little bit younger, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that was my thought, but I just couldn't remember for sure.
Black Horse, question. What effect of an island big enough to have an airport right in the Atlantic Gap in World War II have on the U-boats? Well, we called this island the Azores, and it was very, very useful. Incredibly useful.
Apologies for any nosebleed.
Don't worry. How's it going, Fox?
I've just been given a chocolate eclair that's bigger than my forearm.
Cool.
That's not hard. You are very small.
That sounds like a good thing.
This is a foot-long plus chocolate eclair.
Good.
Yes.
It will. You remember if you eat that much, you will still need to eat at some other point during this week.
Yes.
And you will also need some protein and complex carbohydrates.
Yes. Also, and I will just add this one in. We haven't seen your brother yet this evening in the chat.
Why did you have to bring that up? Do you know what she has now called me in her server because of that?
Traitor?
No, I am now Venerable Dreadnought.
Ooh.
She is doubling down on making me the old woman of the group.
Well, yes. But anyway, luckily my brother's doing things with his girlfriend.
Terrifying thing.
We can work on this.
Isn't it fiance now? Is it fiance if they've given an engagement ring?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, it is fiance they have pledged to be.
Yeah.
The marriage bit.
Affianced.
Most people in the chat now are just upset that Foxo has such a large chocolate eclair and they do not have one.
I have some in the freezer, and if I take them out, they will allegedly defrost in an hour.
Enjoy.
There's so much sugar in front of me. I could send a Victorian child into diabetic shock.
Enjoy. Now, Ramon, do you think the Clemenceau class carrier, in terms of design and air ops management systems, is much more sophisticated than the Forrestal and Kiddercourt class? No. Under no circumstances, in terms of design and air ops management, is the Clemenceau class better or more sophisticated than the Forrestal and Kitty Hawk class? Just
What they are is punchy, small carriers that give the French the capability they need. They're basics rather than high tech. The French were like, okay, we want carriers.
We want it to work.
We want them fairly cheaply. Yeah, we want them cheaply, want them to work. Build us that. And so that's what they did. They did not have the highest tech things. For example, they come out in 61 with no missile armament for even point defense.
Yeah.
And that's an indication of some of the cost-cutting measures that were taken by
Okay.
the French.
To give the question the benefit of the doubt, would you also include the original Forrestal designs, the straight deck ones, in that?
Oristal's not really a good comparison with the Clemenceaus, to be honest. She's a little bit too early. The better comparison would be the other carrier mentioned in the question, the Kitty Hawks.
Yes.
And the Kitty Hawks are just much better in
I'd
pretty
s-
much every respect.
I'd say the Forestals at the same time, though, the ones that are comparable in timeline with it are better as well. I also see.
Oh yeah, they are.
There are various suggestions coming in the chat for Runon's new title. Venerable Great Frigate sounds good. Venerable Great Galley sounds quite cool. There are a few options. Some people are suggesting various Dutch ship titles. I think we can work on this, chat. I think together, chat, we can work on this, and we can come up with a new title which befits Runon in her current advanced state.
Why are you
What
like
I was
this?
thinking is that every time she does something to massively annoy me, I just roll it back a generation. So she's currently Venerable Dreadnought. Next should be Venerable Pre-Dreadnought.
Just to answer Knight's
Wouldn't it
question
be Venerable
in the chat
Royal Sovereign?
quickly.
Yeah.
Just to answer Knight's question in the chat quickly. No, I don't think the French had surface-to-air missiles that you could fit on a carrier. 'Cause the problem you've got to bear in mind is, if you're putting air defense missiles on a carrier, you really do need a very much self-contained system that can fit, either on the wing, on the platform, on the wings, or nestled behind the rear of the flight deck, or somewhere where it's not going to impede the operations of the flight deck.
Unless
basically.
you're the British and you just want to hand over about the front fifth of your hangar space to be a magazine.
Yeah, unless you do that.
Yeah.
But yeah, they got just very quickly wrap this up. They got 2 Croatel air defense systems in the 80s, so they did get some point defense missiles in the 80s in a refit.
Oh, good.
Why the long silence, folks? Don't leave me hanging like that.
I've just gone on to the next question. What's the silliest compliment you've received this week that doesn't make it scuttlebutt? Well, someone's managed to listen to the whole of the Queen Elizabeth class video and not heard me talk about triple turrets.
Bowmill Boy has insulted me.
Good choice, Bowmill Boy. I approve.
I'm very insulted.
Honestly,
mods moderate that man.
You're insulted. I'm insulted.
Yes, we know you want to be with Posh, and I'm not your type. I understand.
No, not like that. Ugh.
I'm having a look at the various options for some of the suggestions, and honestly, for those comments, I'll go for this one. This one hasn't made it to Scuttlebutt. This was from someone who just wrote, on the pom-pom or bofers, which 40mm do you want? I couldn't finish it, just too long-winded. Now, okay, that's fine, but the video you sign up to is already going to be about an hour and 40 minutes long. So, what were you expecting, a TikTok? An hour and 40-minute video on a subject is not exactly going to be short-form content. But no, what can I say? I do sometimes. I enjoy this. And what I found really funny about that person is that person's entire facial features, when I went to them, is a Simpsons caricature of apparently a naval officer.
Yeah.
And I just looked at him and went, well, if that's what you want. But, yeah. I have no idea. If you want a TikTok, watch a TikTok. If you're watching long-form YouTube content, you've got to expect it to be a little bit more long-form. And occasionally the person to pause for breath. and occasionally to think.
I like long form because
Do you
it
have a
allows
TikTok
context.
account?
No.
No.
We do
I
not.
probably should get one.
No.
No. It's a
No,
security
just
problem.
because there is an impersonation issue with quite a few YouTubers.
Possibly,
It comes to
but
TikTok stealing their shit. Sorry, it's their stuff. Their stuff, yes.
yeah, don't worry. Beep in them somewhere, but in my case, no. Not. Places I go, you're not even allowed to have TikTok. There are places I go where you're not even allowed to have TikTok in your life, let alone a TikTok account. So it's just easier not to.
Maybe have your mum open it so you don't get your stuff stolen.
I'm just scared in the nicest way. Foxer, you've never met my mum. But from what you've heard about her, would you want to unleash her on the world of TikTok?
Yes.
No.
No, there is plenty of fake gun gurus on there. And I want to see your mum making content against them.
Venerable hollowed out log. Oh, Bowmill boy. That
Yeah,
was a
he
good
got
one.
timed out for that one because I have modly powers, and why should I have modly powers if I can't abuse them occasionally?
Oh. Yeah,
This chat is so cruel to me.
I might have to add Bowmill boy as a moderator so that it makes it harder for you to time him out in the future.
Watch me.
I have done that before with Seneca.
I haven't banned Seneca for a while.
You can't. That's the reason I made him a mod. Right, so, Knights of Griff 1, question 78. Why the F-35A and not the F-35C? And as it will be going to number 207 OCU RAF, will that really benefit the RAF and the RN? No, it won't benefit them, and we've already discussed this one in detail of why the F-35A, not the F-35C. It's basically to do with the fact one's nuclear certified, one isn't, and it's the British government making a token gesture so they can claim, we contribute too! You know?
You have to contribute to have a seat at the table.
That's true, but it's a case of, it's like if you have a potluck and people will bring their various dishes and napkins and all the various plates, etc., and someone turns up and they brought a box of Tic Tacs.
Hey,
Yes, you contributed, but seriously. Hey, Runan, I was not critiquing you specifically. I was just using an example which came to mind.
Where are my tokens? There they are.
You know, there are other things you could bring that would actually be more of a beneficial and useful contribution. Black Horse. How important was the combat loading of ships, and what are examples when it's not done and the outcomes of that? The Falklands War is a good example of when they had to completely reload the ships when they got to Ascension Island, which is why the Royal Navy pauses that, because they are reloading and reorganizing the stores, so the stores are actually in some sort of form of the way they want to get them out. Because you load a ship in reverse, basically, for combat loading. You load the stuff you want out last first. So the stuff you want out first is what you put on board last, and what is therefore easiest to get out. Unfortunately, in 1982, in the Falklands War, they were in such a hurry to send the ships that they loaded them up as quickly as they could. Then they got to by the time they got down to Ascension, they'd worked out where all the bits where they were going wrong, and basically a whole load of Royal Navy logisticians spend most of the Falklands War dancing from ship to ship at Ascension, reorganising them, and then sending them on their way. Sorry, I'm just cleaning someone's eyes.
I think the other example is if you've watched Drax, mere, I think, best part of 7 hours of dry dock this weekend, he mentions about the U.S. Navy railguns in World War One, and they got all of their stuff sent over in a very interesting manner.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like they were missing the plans.
Yes.
And the bolts to bolt everything together.
Bolts
And
at
so
least
had
are
to get French-
slightly easier to replace in the field.
Yeah.
Not really, because they could only get French ones, which were all metric sized.
Yes, but you can work around going from metric to standard. You can work around it.
You can.
They
But the trouble is, their metric, the French were used to dealing with an imperial, which was British imperial. So their conversions were all set up for converting to British imperial. And then they found out that American imperial was different than British imperial.
Mm-hmm.
Things are fun.
Okay,
Anyway.
Dr. Clarke, I'm just going to make a formal complaint about your YouTube chat.
Look, in the nicest way, I told you, laugh along with it. Don't try and ban it. You'll just make it worse.
This is me laughing along with it, but I'm also going to get my pound of flesh too.
Okay.
You know, I want to feel sorry,
Oh, you absolutely should not, Fleet.
but I
You
don't.
don't feel sorry in the least. But also, this does not give me sympathy for you either, because I'm going to keep,
Right.
ragging on you whenever it's appropriate.
Hendrik Bofa. Nigel hegemon if Spanish Empire and British Empire united in approximately 1560.
I mean, that would be the English rather than British. But
Yeah, but the nicest way, how long's Scotland going to be independent in that scenario?
yeah,
Probably quite a bit. Because the Scots are going to go to the French, and the French are going to go.
Yeah, but the Spanish Empire in 1560 is basically the Holy Roman Empire and the Spanish Empire. They've got the Netherlands as well.
it's Philip II and Queen Mary.
Yeah.
Mary lives longer and probably has children.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think what would.
In which case, allying with France is probably the worst scenario for you, because you get the Royal Navy and the Spanish Navy to provide your logistics, while the British while things go bad for Scotland.
Yeah, and also you've got, if you combine those two navies, I don't think the French Navy, proximity advantage notwithstanding, is going to have the ability to support a Scottish defensive action.
Plus, you can kiss goodbye to Dutch independence, because Britain's not supporting that.
It's an interesting one.
Yeah.
The ripple effects are potentially mahusive.
Potentially.
Because also you've got the whole thing of England not being there as one of the staunchest Protestant countries.
And now perhaps you being the staunchest Catholic country. And also, imagine that means that America probably gets founded as a Catholic nation.
Mm.
I mean, does it though? Because we kind of took all y'all's social rejects to begin with.
Yeah, but that's not for a while. That's not for another century.
Okay, no, you got a point. I wasn't thinking of it like that.
Yeah, this is earlier.
Yeah.
Secondly,
social
do
rejects
the
have to go-
Puritans survive long enough to head to America?
No, they don't.
No,
And in
there's
that
enough-
nice way,
But
the
it
question
might-
might be, will you survive the British Inquisition?
Bye.
you really will get Cardinal Biggles.
Yeah. Right now, we might be talking the Cardinal Fleet, because after all, Fleet could have, the legacy of it could be that, Fleet has ended up being a Catholic priest.
Oh god, what a horrible thought! I can think of no worse fate.
Actually,
Wait,
yeah, there's
no,
a
this is
very
what Chris and I
interesting
thought.
question. There's some very interesting questions that this raises, but to try and give answers on them is speculative fiction at best.
It's too massive a change.
English involvement in the 7th Years' War. If the English are involved in the 7 Years' War.
Yeah. Timu thinks you'd be a Pope fleet. He thinks you'd make Pope.
Ugh, horrible thought.
No, sorry, no.
There would probably been a British Pope by now. Honestly, there would have probably been a British Pope. Black Horse. What was the main reason the Japanese submarines were not as effective as the US submarines? Doctrine. And also, where do they go? What can they go and hit? The trouble is, you have doctrine of going after warships, and you have the range and the issues in terms of the Americans have a huge amount of trade, and Japanese trade they can go after, go at. The Japanese, to get to the American trade, etc., have to go to the Indian Ocean, or have to go into the deep South Pacific. And that's a long, long way away. It's a long, long way away.
Yeah, essentially, unlike Britain in the Atlantic, the problem for Japan is that all of the U.S. trade sinews are behind the front lines, not at the front lines.
It's like the conversation.
It's
it's the conversation I've had with people sometimes about German submarine warfare success versus British submarine warfare success. They go, why didn't the British sink as many of the German goods as the Germans sunk on the British? And I go, because there just wasn't as much going out to sea. In the nicest way, the Germans kept as much as they could ashore. Why? Because they knew the British submarines were out there, and when had the chance, they took it. That's how successful the Royal Navy submarines were. The Germans were actively trying to figure out their railways to carry more stuff, because anything that goes to sea, they were not confident it was going to get through. Now, here's an interesting what-if for all of us. What happens if the Battle of Arnhem was a success, and the paratroopers were able to hold the two bridges long enough for the reinforcements to arrive and cross?
We did this on Friday, didn't we, Foxo?
Yeah, there's a lot of
and the answer it came to was, well done, you've basically collapsed the Western Front.
No, mate,
because the forces that the paratroopers at Arnhem engage are the German reserve.
Yeah.
They're the last of the German reserves. So if 7th Armoured and 30 Corps coming up, you've got 30 Corps with a straight shot into Germany. Antwerp's fallen, Amsterdam's fallen, Antwerp's fallen, and with a limited fight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you probably don't even see a push through the Maginot. You just see like an inverted version of what's it called? No, the rush through Belgium during the start of the war. The Ardennes campaign.
Yeah.
You see a larger and faster version of the Ardennes campaign. And if the reserves at Arnhem are gone, Germany's got like 50, 60 miles border where there's nobody.
That is one of those scenarios where I could see actually the Western Allies reaching Berlin first.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Which has some very interesting implications for the Cold War.
Yes, some very, very fun things for the Cold War.
Because instead of having to kiss the ring, so to speak, of Stalin to get a foothold in Berlin, for whatever symbolic value that is, they already hold Berlin, and Stalin has to kiss their ring instead. And you don't get the Berlin airlift.
No, there's probably some very interesting differences on there. I'd also say, Steve, you are right. There has been an English Pope, but that's why I said British Pope. I did remember. Well, actually, I remembered he was called Breakspear. I didn't remember what his first name was, so I was going Pope Breakspear. Now, I'm sure he has a proper name, but Nicholas, yeah, thank you for that. All right.
The Church of England's naughty. It's papish and it's rich.
No, the Church of England is not papish. There are occasionally some high Anglicans who try to make it papish, but mainly we just
have you not heard the "I'm a Puritan and I'm okay" song?
No, we never think Puritans are okay. They're never okay. I have to say, my main fuss recently was the local vicar I had a discussion with. He was also informing me that dogs don't go to heaven, and I went, "That's good because I don't come to your church then." Colin Cameron, do you know of any other naval museum with its own moat other than the Dutch one? Karlskrona is doing a pretty good impression of having a moat. It's on a bit of an island.
It's somewhere between being an island and a peninsula. I can't remember if it actually has a technical land bridge or if it's just an artificial one.
Yeah.
So very technically, every museum ship does have a moat.
Every museum ship, but it's the museum I'm talking about.
Yes, but in many cases, the museum ship is the museum looking at you, Haida.
Yes. Although, no, Haida does have a shop and a car park on land.
Yes, but that is merely the that is the bailey to the museum's moat.
Mm-hmm.
And while the shop does have artifacts in it, it is not really set up as a museum.
Okay, question. Do the castles that have been converted into museums count? Places like Colchester Castle that still have their moat.
Oh yeah, although I'd say Vaxholm's still best for that one.
If they are a majority naval museum, then yes.
I still can't believe in the Vaxholm Fortress, me and Dan almost managed to wandered into the back of what they were setting up for was a very fancy Swiss private dinner. And if we timed it right, we'd probably ended up included in the private dinner and got fed. We just did a bit too early. We were going through the tunnels and we came through the back of the tunnel and I went, where are we? Oh! Hello! It's restaurant formal dining. We are hungry. Hello.
Why does it seem like most of Shipshape's shenanigans either come from when Garius finds a gambling den or somebody gets hungry?
Those are probably the most common things that happen.
Yes, because
Drac and Alex also try and climb things.
Yes, and go down into
things. Yes,
but
those are expected shenanigans. It's expected that Drac will fight his vertigo to climb to the highest point on a museum ship, with or without permission.
Sumalina has a moat, yes, as well, Mosh. It's very correct. But yeah, it's we had a lot of fun after him. But also in a nice way on the food hunting thing, we end up some excellent places of food. I still will never get over one of our colleagues sitting down in what was broadly speaking an Asian restaurant and ordering spaghetti bolognese. That was.
I remember that.
That was an interesting, yeah, and I think it was okay, but I think the staff were kind of surprised that someone actually ordered it.
It makes life interesting.
Ramal, why did the US build different types of destroyer class in the pre-war before the Fletcher class in small numbers? Do you think they're all experiments of DD design? Yeah, they're all batches. It's iterations. It's batch iteration. It's how you develop things.
They're experiments, and the U.S. Navy Bureau of Ships fighting for its life to try and maintain the capability. Because Congress doesn't like paying for escorts.
No. This is the problem.
Even today, Congress doesn't like paying for escorts because it's Congress. Just because both Congress and common sense have sort of similar first syllables does not mean the two are related.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm slightly surprised that more people in Congress aren't interested in escorts, but maybe it's
because escorts are not flashy, and there's the consistent perception in Congress, historically and presently, that because they're escorts, they must be cheap. And if they can't be cheap, then they need to do everything, which means instead of being escorts, they're now frontline assets.
Yes.
For task group foundations, and therefore they must have to do everything. So it's a self-fighting cycle because there is really no such thing as a cheap escort in this day and age, unless you go unmanned, and that technology isn't really ready yet.
Right. Okay. Next question before Dan tries that again. Black Horse, could the Dunkirk evacuation be turned into a reinforcement instead and been held? No. It's one of those things of yes and no. If you'd had a different scenario going on in France, and you'd had the resources and personnel ready to go, and the reinforcements ready to go, and the amphibious warfare assets necessary to deliver that force over the beach, potentially you could have done. But without all that in the place, you can't.
Leslie, why are you even asking that question? That shouldn't even be a question.
Yes. Thank you for the posture check, and thank you for the stretch. But yeah, and Leslie, yes, we do need a food section. We do. We so need a food section. Right. Apparently, it's reopen questions time. Oh no, is it 10 to go to reopen questions? No, it's reopen questions time. 9681. Why is there this Katabar is the only correct choice mentality in public view for aircraft carriers? Why does there seem a lot of bias against Stovall when Stovall offers advantage of Katabar?
I don't think there is Katabar is the only correct choice mentality in the public's view. There's a lot of cope sloping from people who are very familiar with naval procurement. Especially a lot of Americans familiar with naval procurement. But as far as I'm aware, the public, a carrier is a carrier. Whether it's got a ski jump or catapults, as far as the general John Q. public's concerned.
Okay. So I think what Knight is referring to, and what I was just about to get into in my own answer, is the fact that whilst there isn't necessarily in the wider public a worry over it's just a carrier, there is certainly expectation, and when you do a quick assessment, of people looking at it and go, why isn't it like the American carriers? Because they're the biggest and the best, and we all know they're going to be the biggest and the best. And then automatically you're therefore justifying it, whereas if it was like them, you wouldn't have to justify it. And I think that's the perception which Knight is picking up on, the justification that's necessary. And it's also because they're not being technically wrong, because from an engineering perspective, an operational capability perspective, broadly speaking, Katabar is the best. But from a strategic perspective, Katabar might not be the best fit for you. And as I said before, for Britain, it would have made a lot more sense if they had bought the free LHD, sort of roughly, which was going to replace Albion, Bulwark, Ocean, and Illustrious was the one which was also, or it was Illustrious which was also doing the LPH role, and Argus. So the idea was you replace all the carriers, Ocean, and the 2 LPDs and Argus. So the 6 vessels with 5. Basically you replace them with 7 vessels you place with 5, which would be 3 LHDs and 2 carriers. And they could all share the same aircraft. They could all operate F-35Bs. Suddenly, no one would be asked. The answer would be quite simple. Go, well, it's because then we only have to have one type of aircraft, and it can operate from both our types of flight deck. And suddenly, everyone would be going, "Oh, that's really smart of Britain. Britain's made a really smart decision." But as usual, we had a good idea and we mucked it up.
I think it's also a point that you missed there, though.
Okay.
It's that, technically, for example, they don't really look like what people think of when you think of an aircraft carrier. People either think of the straight deck carriers, like World War II, or they think of the US super carriers. And because they look different, they've got a ski jump, they've got a different, they've got 2 towers. People think there's something wrong with them because they don't look right.
I have, depending on quite how you say it or spell it, either 1 word or 2 words answer for this. Top Gun.
Oh yeah.
That's
There's
it.
a lot of, there's
I
a
will
lot of-
point out though the paradigm in public perception is shifting as the amount of carriers that have the features of ski jump, mostly straight deck, grows across the world's navies.
I don't
Not
think
really.
so. No, sorry, Fleet. I don't
No,
think that
remember-
having that much,
It's just,
penetration.
it's the amount of people. It's the amount of people who know what to carry it is might be increasing. But just Google the first thing comes up when you look at the first thing that comes up when you Google aircraft carrier, and that's what people are going to think an aircraft carrier should look like. And if it doesn't look like that, there's something wrong with it.
Nightwolf, drop the S off of your prompt and make sure the exclamation point and the word are together.
Right.
If somebody could type exclamation point powder monkey in the Twitch chat, I'd appreciate it.
2 secs. Oh. No, I think my chat has crashed.
There you go.
Oh no, maybe it hasn't.
Thank you, Team U. That should work for you. That should work for everybody. Okay, I'll have to look into that.
Right, Castanea, you said the Germans would have severe problems if they built the Kriegsmarine with pairs of ships. Why did the USN not have severe logistics issues when they built most of their babies in pairs? Because the USN has massive logistics anyway. They have massive logistics and infrastructure anyway to support it. They can afford to sustain it. And also, whilst they might be building their ships in their pairs, there's enough commonality even between within the pair for it to work, let alone between the pair between different pairs in terms of components and things being fitted to them. If you
Like, for
consider
example-
there is Fleet, can I finish what I'm saying?
Yes.
There are differences even between Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, let alone between Bismarck and Tirpitz. And this is the trouble for the Germans. Their building in pairs is not what the Americans do building in pairs, and even the Americans building in pairs would have had trouble, but the sheer depth and breadth of logistics and capability the Americans have at themselves, the infrastructure and support, allows them to compensate for that and make that work. Now, Fleet.
I mean, if you look at the US early generations of dreadnoughts, it goes in sets, basically. So from the battle... Oh, what were the ones after South Carolina? Hang on, I'm just gonna get... No.
No, big step. Florida's? Is it?
Hang on. I'm just gonna get it right. Okay. Yeah,
Hey,
so
Dragon.
from the Delawares to the New Yorks, the US design was basically iterative. And they built on each generation of ship that had come before, with a decent amount of commonality between the ships. Then you go from New York to Nevada, and they they do a clean slate design, because they move over to this new standard style of battleship they're building. But again, same thing. From Nevada through to Colorado, you get the same thing again. So, ships that are iterating off the ones that have come before in a continual series. And again, when they start building battleships again in the 30s, we see the same thing again. North Carolina, South Dakota, Iowa, Montana, the same thing. Various generations of ships built one after the other, sharing a common ancestor with a common line of development through them. They're not really clean slate designs.
Yes.
Whereas with the Germans, almost every ship's a clean slate design.
Yeah, or at least the the constituent parts of those vessels tend to be complete reworks from one class to another. It's like, yes, you can see the common design heritage there, but once you pull off that outer layer of steel, it abruptly stops.
Oh yeah. The Germans are always striving for perfection, and whilst that is not necessarily a bad goal, when it comes to construction and maintenance, it's a frigging annoying thing to deal with. Now, Steve Marr, I heard there was a World War II sub in saleable condition and able to dive for movie shots. What do you think it would take to get the shipshape crew onto it? Knowing me and Drac, not maybe much, because if it was diveable just for movie shots in shallow water, as long as it wasn't operating anywhere it could go deep enough that I couldn't swim to the surface under my own power without a suit, I'd do it. Because that's not going to be anywhere near crush depth. But I think
I looked at this from the opposite direction.
To get Dan aboard, the Dans aboard would be interesting. Garrus would be a lot of fun. And Fleet, what's your feeling?
Well maintained, able to dive. I'm game. You don't have to do much.
Questions are closed.
I'm claustrophobic. No.
Don't worry.
Is that a statement or a question?
Don't worry. I have to say this. We missed you in Sweden. We actually, there was a scenario where we had a situation where we needed someone who was really small, and I said we need Foxo here. Do you want to guess what our situation was?
Was it a really small space?
We had a torpedo tube which needed crawling through to get some good photos from the inside.
Ooh.
It was open. It was open at both ends, but none of us were fit enough shoulders to fit in it. None of us could. All of us were sort of looking at it, going, "Can we? Can we? No." Drac was, of course, game to try.
The reason why a 1920s, 1930s submarine has to have its torpedo tubes cut open.
Well, this is why. No, this was actually quite a modern boat in comparison. But this is the thing is we did consider it.
The same age as me.
But in the nicest way, both me and Drac were looking at it and going, "We can't fit. We need Foxo, don't we? This is why we need Foxo here." Because we also worked out we couldn't fly the drone through it. It wasn't Småland. It was at Karlskrona, the submarine they have there.
Is it Neptune?
Mm-hmm. We had, in a nicest way, Timu, we had a lot of fun on the Småland. In the nicest way, we had a lot of fun on the Småland. They were a lot of fun. Ramol,
I'm just thinking something even more fun than going in a torpedo tube. If we've got somebody as petite as Foxo, there's those ASW mortars.
Oh yeah.
Come on now, don't be cruel.
Oh no, she could fit.
No, it wasn't so much.
It's true.
No, that wasn't what I think. She's claustrophobic. Let's not put her into an enclosed space.
It's not that
I'm only claustrophobic if I can't get out.
No, the mortars aren't. Remember, they're not sealed from the top. So
yeah, they're open at the top.
Yeah.
It's like a submarine would trigger the claustrophobia, especially in the water, because I can't get out.
And also, she's small enough and light enough, I could probably lift her out one-armed. And we do have a running joke on the trips, exactly who ends up carrying all the bags.
Oh, is that why you want Fleet now?
Oh, no. Don't take no. In the nicest way, we know which ones of us in the group have pack mule in their DNA.
Well, I mean, Gary, it's never going to be Gary's because he he takes less for a 3-week trip away than I do in a day sack.
Yeah, I know. I swear he only took like 3 pairs of underwear for him for the entire trip or something. And he has this rule that if he buys a new t-shirt, he has to get rid of one of the other t-shirts he's carrying. And I'm sitting there going, you could always have a 4th t-shirt. There's nothing wrong with having a 4th t-shirt. But no, he's a lot of fun.
Does he fly Ryanair by any chance?
Yeah, it's just, and then, so usually, I will say usually you will find the ones carrying the most bags, not only their own bags, but other bags will be me and Drac. And we will literally, also in the nicest way, I love Dan, and Dan's here, and I know, I will say this about him, but he is the person who will stop and look at things in the airport when you are trying to get to the plane.
Shiny.
Yes. I love him, but there have been times I've been tempted to pick him up and carry him as well. Usually I settle for just grabbing his bags, because my theory is if I propel myself forward with his bags, he will follow.
Also, I have to admit, slight element of often skimping on the ADHD drugs so they are deeply, deeply buried in the bags.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm never entirely sure what the rules are.
Yes.
In different places.
No. Usually me and Drac take it in turns to push Boom Boom Dan's wheelchair when he's in the airport. And Drac has actually been at one point questioned for speeding propelling a wheelchair. Which I think will happen in Norway, didn't it?
I think so.
Yes.
It's because his mum has been in a wheelchair, I think, almost as long as, well, for a long time. So he's used to pushing somebody around in one.
Ramul, what if the IGN didn't refit the Mogamis with 8-inch gun batteries and retain their 6-inch batteries? Would they be called light cruisers? And what would happen in the future Pacific War with the 6-inch Mogamis? Now, there's an interesting debate about this, whether the Mogamis would actually be useful with their 6-inch guns in place. I think if they kept the 6-inch guns in place, they have a very good 6-inch light cruiser. They have a very good. But of course, the 8-inch guns were the Japanese approach to try and giving themselves more hitting power to deal with larger opponents, and to offset the size advantage of the US Navy's fleet. So that's the thing. The 8-inch guns are about being able to punch above your weight. The 6-inch guns are about being able to decimate everything below your weight. I think for the Japanese, they would have been well served by those 6-inch guns. But having those having the 8-inch guns was seen as them as doctrinally better, and I got an interesting video coming about that because I've uploaded it, but I might not. I might change it and might re-record it. A video for Friday, which is because I was looking for a suitable leader to go between Duncan, who's Tuesday, and Suffren, who's next Tuesday, the Admiral, who's next Tuesday, Pierre Suffren. And I've decided to go with Nagumo and talk about how his training and his experience prior to the war and what led up to him being chosen for the position he was. And the thing is, it's the differential between what the Naval General Staff believed their doctrine was and what Yamato believed their doctrine was, and how it was changing and how it was evolving. And I think, in many ways, the transition of the Mogamis from the 8-inch to the 6-inch to the 8-inch guns fitted there in traditional interpretation Naval General Staff's approach to their doctrine, not necessarily what Yamato and the combined fleet were looking at. Anyone want to add to that?
curious about what you said about conflicts between Yamamoto's understanding of the doctrine and the rest of the Navy's understanding of the doctrine.
It's basically the Naval General Staff is the political side and head of the Navy. Yamamoto is the combined operations, and is the head of the combined fleet. And basically, he has a vision of how he wants to employ the doctrine and how he wants to implement it. And the Naval General Staff has their version of how they think it should be implemented. And the differential basically runs down between the factions and the factions in the Navy. In that, I would argue Yamato comes from the Mitsumasa Yonai sort of style faction of the Navy, in that they are very much about adaptive approaches to warfare. Whereas the Naval General Staff have very much a scripted approach. And that's one of the reasons why, again, you see so many vice admirals running around in charge of things, because of the way the Naval General Staff believes how you run a navy, how you run forces, and how things should be organised. And it's an interesting thing. Or Kaigon Chuchi, as they are, not vice admirals. They're called Kaigon Chichi, and rear admirals like Kaigon Shosho.
Yeah, I was looking at something about that. That actually, there's basically, it's the same title with just, I think it's Kaigun or Rikugun, according to whether you're army or navy.
Yeah.
So you're a Kaigun Shosho or a Rikugun Shosho if you're rear admiral or major general. Kaigun Shujo or Rikugun Shujo for lieutenant general and vice admiral, and Kaigun Taisho or Rikugun Taisho for admiral and full general. And the same going down with kind of colonel or naval captain Taisa, Shusa, Shosa, Tai-ai, and Chui.
It's one of the things we have to remember. There is something lost, I think, sometimes in always just translating these things into Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral. And this is why I try to bring it more and more into my channel. That's why I was talking about the Dutch and the Schubinacht. The Sheriff by Night is their title for the Rear Admiral.
Which makes sense.
Yeah.
It's very much the same idea it's your person who gets the dud watch in a sense.
Yeah.
Which is kind of what the Rear Admiral is doing as well.
Yeah.
And the what was the other one? And there's some stuff with the French and Italians as well, I think, about their titles are also a little bit different.
Yeah. Contra Admiral.
Yeah, but also they get like they're kind of where did I stick my little? Sorry, I made a couple of notes on it the other day just to help myself, which is easier than because the French have got Amiral, Vice Admiral d'Escadre, and then Vice Admiral and Contre Admiral.
Yeah,
Amiral. And they didn't have an equivalent of Admiral of the Fleet, which was one of the things that what's his name got unhappy about.
Oh yes. Napoleon.
Yeah.
The third.
No. Darlin.
Yeah.
Because he got put in a duff seat for, I think it was the funeral of King George V. Even though he was the head of the French Navy, he was only a vice admiral or something.
Yes.
Or an admiral, and so equivalent to an admiral, and they're all the admirals of the fleet in the row in front of him.
Oh yeah. He was upset, very upset about that, but in a nice way. If you only rank in as a 4-star, you ain't gonna be treated like a 5-star.
Yeah.
It's
the Israeli ranks, I'd almost say are different because they've created artificially is the wrong way of phrasing it. They have deliberately made their armed forces use particular terminologies and then have translated them in particular ways in a post-1945 era, whereas kind of the French and the English and the Japanese titles have
started off a lot
evolved
earlier.
over centuries.
Yeah.
And I mean, the Israelis, I mean, it basically feels as though almost it's a bit like the Canadians with corporals, the Israelis with sergeants.
Oh, yes.
It just gets a little bit weird quite how many grades of sergeant you can have. Whilst, yeah.
Also, that does reflect in many ways they have a conscript/national service force, and realistically, sergeants are, to an extent, they're professionals.
No, because my family who were conscripts ended up as sergeants.
Yes, but
at least for their reserve commitment.
Yes, you can, but it's going to sound strange. You need to one of the things you do with those sort of forces is you have a reinforced NCO force. You have a far more extra layers in your NCO to compensate for it, and to provide you extra layers of training and skill set. It's going to sound strange.
I think it's also possibly for people after they've done their conscript time and have gone back to civvy life, so they can come back above the conscripts who are going to be often significantly younger than them, and they've gone off and they've had a life now, so they don't want to be treated like a basic trooper. So you have them in as sergeants. It's like, that's fine, but we actually need our sergeants who are actually doing sergeant things.
Yes.
And so they become other sergeants and different sergeants and sergeants again, and yeah.
Okay then. Yeah.
Sorry.
Don't worry. What happens if Yeah. It is interesting. It is interesting. Black Horse, what happens if the Japanese destroy the transport ships at the Battle of Savo Island? Would the US have to borrow from the British? No, they're building quite a lot themselves, but it would be annoying. But they have quite a lot themselves. 96831, if the HMS St. Lawrence had been kept around, wouldn't she have been removed from the Great Lakes after after the War of 1812? Because of the treaty, she'd probably have had to been, yes. I can't see that working out any differently. So yeah, treaty probably means she's removed. Hendrik Bofa, does the 30mm deck and 50mm belt on the Bremps training ship mean it's a very small light cruiser?
No.
No, but I do now realise that there is a significant 15 to 20 second gap between recording time and it going out on YouTube. Because I've just noticed that when I clicked something and the screen went completely covered by the questions, it's just happened on screen. No, the Bremps. No, I would never want to call the Bremps a light cruiser or any kind of cruiser. Sima, how mad would the Dreadnought race have gone if none of the Royal Navy had used some of their if none of the RN Navy had used some of their semi-dreads or early dreads to test a triple if one of the Royal Navy had used some of their semi-dreads or early dreads to test a triple turret to try and sidestep the advantages that the Dreadnought has. If a non-Royal Navy, I'm presuming non-Royal Navy, honestly, quite a few go for triple turrets, and that doesn't really affect the naval race. The Americans go for triple turrets, so lots of nations go for triple turrets, and it really, if it happened earlier, and I think it happened quite early anyway, some of them, and the Dante Alighieri's were triple turrets, the Gangets are triple turrets. A lot of the early Dreadnoughts had triple turrets, so it's a case of it doesn't really affect things. The British response is usually, yeah, but we've got bigger guns. Yes, you got triple 12s. That's lovely. We've got twin 13.5s. And that's it. Black Horse. Was the battle for Pilleu an unessential invasion, and should it have been jumped over? Ooh. Realistically, it's an issue. It is an issue, but I don't think it's necessarily unessential. I don't think you can categorize it necessarily as unessential. I think you could say it's slightly off the route of march. It does fit with your overall concept of operations, but it is off the route of march. It is off the route of march. My Craft Watcher is saying that I've missed that the question has been missed by the bot.
No, we'll probably reopen them again.
Yeah, we'll be reopening them soon. Anyway, don't worry. So don't worry. I'm fairly certain we're doing pretty well tonight in question numbers. Ramol, do you think the Walrus is the best ship-launched float plane in World War II? Better than the OS-2, the Japanese E-1-3A, the F-1M, or the German AR-196?
Let's have a look.
Look, the
Can I be
Walrus
really
is a
brief?
very nice aircraft, but I don't think it's necessarily better than the OS-2U. And
All of them are built to do different.
The AR-196 has notable reliability issues, but the fact is also they are built and deployed in penny packets, so they're going to have reliability issues.
Yeah,
It's basically,
like this is
it's basically a case of turning around and going, oh, you know this car that this person built in the back of their shed, and they built only 8 of? Yeah. It's really sketchy sometimes. They don't all work, and they go wrong in different ways. Really? You don't say. I'm so surprised. I'm shocked and horrified at that one.
I mean, I think the issue is the Walrus is actually a flying boat, amphibian, which is a different beast, and it's also got quite a good, I'd say, for want of a better term, reputation as a kind of a handy runabout for moving a senior officer or things like that around, and can obviously taxi around, or it can put down its gear and land on land, and then it can land by the ship if the weather's okay. Which, okay, in the North Sea it probably isn't, but you can at least get
actually, funnily enough, the Walrus has out of any of the aircraft listed, Dan, the best rough sea capability, because it is a float plane. That's one of the reasons. Not float plane, sorry, flying boat. That's why it was the way it was.
Yeah. So and it's based on a very long-standing proof and design, because it's really the Seagull 5. So in that sense, it's probably, so for that kind of utility, it's probably the best. If I had to fit one to my warship to use for spotting and things, I'd go for the OS-2U.
Yeah, Kingfisher's a good.
And if for some reason I have to fight in one, F1M, you could throw that thing around the sky like a
thing.
Well, you can do the same with a Walrus.
Machine
Walrus are surprisingly maneuverable.
Yes,
without the machine.
Yes, but the point about the Walrus is it's kind of surprisingly maneuverable, like a swordfish is surprisingly maneuverable. It's a case of the swordfish does it, everyone's so shocked they don't realise they're getting machine gunned till they're dead. Or alternatively, they are racing up on the swordfish and then they realise that it actually wasn't a trick of light. It is flying out slowly. They've overshot it, and they're now getting it from behind. It's a constant problem with swordfish.
Into the sea.
Yes, they tried to slow down low enough to engage it. They actually end up crashing into the ground because it's below. It flies below their stalling speed.
And it's probably being flown by somebody whose son will go on to be a buccaneer pilot.
Yes.
So we're deadly afraid of the dizzying heights that they might have to climb to land on a carrier.
You do realise Arkra was very high. That was their mountain. That was their Everest to climb to that. Oh, that was just, yeah.
That was just terrifying. I mean, it probably counted as cruelty and should have been banned.
Steve Clarke, from Steve. We all laugh loudly at the French for the Junicole, the Hoche, and the Burn, but what are the three most backward step any navy ever took? I'm going to get at Fleet go first in this one, because it seems kindest.
Well, the thing with... what's the word? You've basically got... Well, Junicole's a big one. The other one that really does spring to mind is the USN in the aftermath of the Civil War. They basically gutted a lot of their active fleet and didn't build anything new for a long time. They stepped down massively. And finally... in terms of backward steps, the Navy itself is taking... so Junicole's 1. The USN after the Civil War is 2. And I suppose the third one would be the British abandonment of Calabar Carrier Aviation. I understand why it happened, but it is still a step back in a major way. To be one of the big three carrier powers and then voluntarily give it up is a step back, regardless of the reasoning why it happened.
Mm-hmm.
Although, bear in mind, the reason that's less severe than the others is that was me reaching for my third. So I was trying to find a third that was as impactful and as much of a step back as the other two. But there really isn't anything.
Broadly speaking, agree.
I mean,
and with that,
I'd say I'm guessing you're off to bed now because it is. Now
I will be, yes, and I have half an hour of things that Ruinon wants me to do.
Go on.
Yeah, and I have to talk with him and
Ruinon, go off and give Fleet the lessons.
Yep.
Go and mentally
Teach him wisely.
Yes.
I would like to put up a honourable mention.
Okay, Foxo?
That's Ming China.
Okay.
Going from having a large navy that's done the treasure ship voyages to having literally no navy in a matter of 10 years.
Yeah. That was pretty spectacular.
I don't know if that would count because the Navy ceases to exist for 100 years, but I thought it'd be an honourable mention.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Honestly, I can't improve on that. Let's move on to the next question. And I say, why have people forgotten the reason Type 26 City class frigates do not have ASW torpedo shoes is that they are to use UV ASW vehicles and sonars to take out enemy submarines? Because they're not going to use uncrewed underwater vessels to take out submarines. They use their helicopter, and if I'm not mistaken, they are going to have ASROC and things, and the whole point is to engage the submarines long before they get within torpedo range of them. Yeah. But still, there is honestly a debate on the Type 26 class as to whether or not they should be fitted with something. and I would say I wouldn't be surprised if later at the months after the first 3, if they do get the ability to maybe pop out some of their torpedoes they carry for their helicopters anyway.
I'd reckon that could be something that could be retrofitted into the first 3 in probably hours of yard time.
It's an interesting thing. It's probably more than hours, but it is something which I could see being added in.
I'd measure it in hours. I mean, yes, it would be a few days or something, but it's not going to be a big ask.
Because basically, you're going to do the same. You probably rip the units out of the Type 23 hangars and stick them into the Type 26 hangars and just go, that's it, and make a hole.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing is there's the 5-inch gun with its anti-submarine round, courtesy of BAE. Well, so you've got the gun as well for little depth charges.
The people who are saying that the Type 26 can't defend from a submarine launching cruise missiles are forgetting it carries 48 Sea Scepters, and it also has a 24-cell Mark 41 VLS, which could carry all sorts of things in there, plus its own phalanx, plus the 30mm cannon, and all the other things, and extensive electronic warfare suite. It's quite well fitted out with the various Royal Navy decoy systems, and they even got surface ship torpedo defense. Which is an interesting scenario. And it's probably the fitting it out was the reason why, well, we don't need torpedoes as well as that, but I think probably we'll end up with both in the end. Probably.
But I think there's a lot of people naysaying them because they aren't everything. They are.
Well, what I would say is that the one recent benefit of certain actions taken in the Middle East was that for about a good 30 minutes, it shut up the people who like to say the F-35 is pointless and useless and there's no point in buying it. It did shut them up for about 30 minutes. Didn't shut them up personally. They managed to start coming back, and there was still people going, "Oh, there's no point." But I literally have comments on my channel from people going, "There is no point buying an F-35. It's a waste of money. It's useless. It's just a piece of cardboard." And I'm going, yeah. It's... What can I say? People are people.
Yeah.
And
unfortunately.
You get some interesting souls. There are also people who can't spell F-35 correctly somehow. The number of people who like to try and stick full stops and things between the F and the 35, and you go, that's not how you spell that.
Yeah.
But that's life. That's life. LAV, what does the panel think the future European destroyers, DDX F127 Type 83, going to be heavy ships? Why does it look like France is going the opposite direction with more smaller ships? France isn't going in the opposite direction. They're just publicising their smaller ships at the moment because they're trying to get a lot of export sales. France is doing a massive PR effort to try and get their smaller ships to sell. They are trying to hoover up the market of smaller ships because... and up to recently, they haven't really had much competition, but the Type 31 has won in certain competitions, which have been really annoying to them. So they are really pushing. So honestly, the French aren't talking about their bigger ships because at the moment as much, because they are trying to push their smaller ships for foreign export sales. But yeah, the future French destroyer is going to be quite a big asset. They've been looking at all sorts of interesting assets for that, The Admiral Runux are not that big. They're the smaller vessels. But their future vessels, their future air defense destroyers and capabilities, they're going to be quite big ships. But I do know what you're talking about. You're talking about the frigate defense intervention, which is basically... How do I put this politely about this frigate? It's a frigate in name only. If it was another era, we'd probably be calling it a corvette or possibly a sloop. We wouldn't be calling it necessarily a frigate. It carries a 76mm gun mounted in a stealth turret, two 20mm remote control weapon systems, 8 exocets, 16 Asta 15 or Asta 30 SAMs, and some twin torpedo tubes, 2 of them. It's a nice thing. It's everything you can pack into 4,500 tons. It's a great asset for 4,500 tons.
It's a terrible asset. It's just enough to be worth lobbing some firepower at, and too small to take it.
Well, pretty much. But basically, in a nicest way, it's the French. It's like we talked about earlier with the various the navies, the French that are happening for the French and the Americans. The Americans can't really seem to get escorts. They have to get things which can do everything. The French are good at producing these very small escorts and these patrol and presence vessels for things sitting in their Caribbean and places like that, and doing patrol, doing convoy duty. They have them, and yeah, that's what this would be for.
Honestly, I'd have Scandi ahead of theirs.
I would say what will happen with this, interesting enough, with this design is, I think with the this particular design, is if I know the French in any way, shape or form, having worked with as many of them as I have, this is going to be the small frigate variant of the design tree. Then there is going to be a large frigate variant of the design tree, which is going to be roughly 8,000 or so tons. And then there's going to be a destroyer variant of the design tree, which is going to be roughly 12,000 tons, or rather 8,000 to 9,000 tons for the large frigate, and probably 12,000 to 14,000 tons for the destroyer. And that's it. It does sound like the SAR 6. It does sound like various options. It's, you know, they have managed to sell them off to the Greeks as the Kimon class, and they're trying to sell them to other people. But basically, that's the thing at the moment. You're hearing a lot about the French small ships because they are trying to sell them to everyone.
Okay, they make sense for Greece. Greece have a lot of little islands, and the Turks are very, very close. And despite NATO, if there's anyone they hate more than people from the next island across, if they're from one of the islands in Greece, it seems to be the Turks. And I think that the biggest hatred is for the people on the next island, but, you know.
Yeah, it's kind of like Britain and France. Mainly Britain dislikes Germany because they distract us from our primary goal in life, which is hating France. Which is terrible. They get
beating up the French. Having to come to their rescue and help them and work with them is just weird.
Yeah. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what if in 1916 Britain's colonies and provinces went into full revolution to break free? Ireland, South Africa, India. Britain has issues. Ireland did. But
Ireland
add in South Africa and India, then you have problems. But
you have big problems.
Ultimately, things will be managed, but it's not going to be pretty. It's not going to be pretty. Britain has ways of managing these things.
But it's pretty.
No. It's not pretty.
And the more of it that happens, the less pretty it gets.
Yeah. Because at least one of those countries is dependent heavily on food imports. But it's not nice. And it's... Let's put it this way. It's not what I would personally do, but what at the time leaders there would do in those circumstances. Yeah.
Yeah.
especially during World War One, where that is so important to them, but it was also so important to them as people. But also, you have to remember, there's usually quite a hefty, even in World War One, there's usually quite a hefty amount of troops there. So even if they go into full revolution, it's not going to be a quick boom and over. Thank you, Timu. Thank you for the bless you, and thank you, Leslie.
So, one of the things that you can't tell so much, so quite a lot of the, from what I can tell, quite a lot of the TA that got mobilised got sent to India to free up the regulars who were in India. I think in the First World War, and I'm pretty sure it happened in the Second World War as well. The other thing that happened was, just in this scenario, and why it's slightly hard to tell, Ireland still counted as the home establishment.
Yeah.
So units that were down as being in at home could be sent to Ireland, could be in Ireland, because that's what happened to my great granddad.
Yeah.
He spent the entire First World War, bar I think 2 weeks, on home service in an infantry regiment, but was in Ireland getting shot at by the IRA at points in 1916. So it's an interesting thing, because there isn't much of a threat from the Germans in 1916 in Britain. So you can go and suppress the Irish very neatly, depressingly.
What and to answer Harold's Grushin as a question, what about Norway then? I think you mean up that on the frigates and destroyers. Yes, the French are in that as an option, but if you look at the options that they're looking at, that is by far and away the smallest of the 4 options. They are also looking at a Type 26. They are also looking at the Constellation class. They're also looking at the German F-127 program. They're looking at lots of different options, and yeah, it'll be interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see what they do. But I think the Norwegians, myself, from the conversations I've been having, I think the Type 26 might have a solid chance, because they're looking for something which has similar manning requirements to their current vessels and a similar suite of capabilities. And the trouble is, I think also that they want something which is big enough to have an impact in terms of presence, and 4,500 tons is just not that big.
Also, correct me if I'm wrong on the whole India one, but doesn't the whole thing of if India goes independent, or wants independence in 1960, won't also massively change depending on how India is trying to go independent? Because they've still got the whole princely state set up at the moment, don't they, at that point?
Because we had a very similar question on Friday, and we came to the understanding that India, as we know it as a unitary state, wouldn't exist.
No, it would be.
At that point.
If you have a revolution at that point, you have India dividing up into a lot of different states, and honestly, that probably makes it easier from the British perspective to manage it and suppress it.
Because my thought was some of the princely states will still be loyal in the case that they've got their own armies. That's probably going to be a case of, no, we don't want to keep the British here. They're paying us money.
You've got stuff like the 6 divisions of Hyperbad.
Yeah.
And the Prince of Hyperbad is as loyalist as you can get.
So yeah, it would be a whole interesting, fun thing. Moshaw, put together a combined historical character task group with the best plot armor, i.e. USS Enterprise, HMS Warspite, the R3/4 of HMS Eskimo. What's your lineup?
Sorry, I like that about the R3/4 of Eskimo.
And you also have to add the forward 3/4 of HMS Nubian, because that's also her expendable bit, and she does that to expend things. I'd say also in terms of plot armor,
Ashanti.
Oh, Asante, definitely. I'm trying to think of a few American destroyers, but we've got 3 tribals sitting in there. Nubian, Asante, and Eskimo.
They got attacked by like 20 plus kamikazes and is still around as a museum ship.
Yes. Ooh, which one was it?
Because it's not the Sullivans, it's not the...
No, it's not the ones we've been to.
It's not Kidd.
Don't kid yourself about that.
There's only about 2 other...
The Laffy.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think there's also a few British cruisers, county class cruisers, which had some fun run-ins, which were with kamikaze aircraft turning into powder shapes on their belt armor.
Okay. Was it Illustrious that got hit heavily during Operation Excess?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, Illustrious would have to be a part of that.
Yes. And Texas as well. Texas.
And Formidable.
Yeah.
Could you include Victorious with the cruisers?
This is starting to sound very British heavy, this task force. I was trying to keep it even.
USS Birmingham?
Yeah.
Yeah, is it Habuki? The Japanese destroyer that survives the war?
Yeah, there's also the fact is that you probably want Rodney there, and you probably also want Lee's one there, Washington.
Yukikaze is the ship you're thinking of, Foxhome.
Yeah.
The lucky ship.
I know there's Yukikaze, but I also know there's, I think it's Habiki.
I don't know.
You'd also want the pie boat.
Oh, you want many little you want almost on the Polish destroyers there, the Pirun, etc.
Yeah. Well, Pirun and
Lasанkia. And you probably want the Dutch. You probably want the Dutch one as well. That did very, very well. That Dutch, the Schweiz.
Yeah, you could run the Demon of the Solomons.
Mm-hmm.
You want Aussie ships? So you want Hobart and Australia and Canberra.
This is going to be a very heavy task force. This is definitely a fleet. And Paul, you are a bad influence on me.
Task Force 54, Task Force 34 type size. Oh, and Saratoga to act as the torpedo sink.
Mm-hmm.
Because if she's around, she's the only one that will get torpedoed. Everything else will be safe.
Okay, let's move on. We've now got a massive fleet. Dr. Clarke and crew, this is from Naval F112. Was there any way of saving ABDA command? Yes, if Force Z had survived and Saratoga had managed to meet up with them, then you probably would have had a ABDA command which could have in many ways saved itself. Or at least would have been sufficiently powerful that the Japanese would have had to hold themselves until they could bring up more force. And honestly, Operation C probably isn't going into the Indian Ocean. It's probably going to try and wipe out ABDA command, which by that point could be built around 2 British carriers and 2 American carriers by that scenario, and a whole load of fast capital ships.
Mm.
In which case, it's a very different battle the Japanese are going into. LOV, can we expect Germany to eventually get a carrier, or at least a large HD, going forward with 5% defense budget? Unlikely. They've got to do a lot of work on their ground forces first, and their air forces, and it's gonna be a long time before the Navy has enough spare funding that it's going to want to invest in such a large capital asset. And also, you have to consider, do they need that for the kind of amphibious operations they're going to do? If they're doing them in the Baltic, do you need an LHD for Baltic operations if you're Germany? No. You might look at them getting, actually, interestingly enough, they might get something something like what the British are looking at for their forces, because we're looking at 6 multi-role ships, which are this great capability, and they are a great capability. They are. It's just, in the nicest way, they were originally, the concept for them was to be going to be the ships built around the 3 LHDs, and now it's all about them. They were going to be the ships which made up the task group with the LHD. Now it's all about them, and it's a case of, yeah, it kind of doesn't work as well.
The sandwich is missing its filling.
Yes. Hey-ho. Black Horse. What if in 1930s Britain decided to take the hit and pull in for refit Hood, Nelson, Rodney, and the R-class ships, maybe even sending some of them to US for refits? Then the Royal Navy could get a massively refitted fleet. But why do they need to send them to the US for refits in the 1930s?
They don't. They just need to use some of the commercial yards and accept the gaps in potential availability during the problem is they can't afford to lose that many ships for that long.
Because in the 1930s, the main issue is it's the Spanish Civil War, it's deterring the Italians from Abyssinia, it's the Japanese in China, it's all sorts of issues going.
It's the Spanish Civil War, it's the Japanese over China. It's just a non-stop series of crises, and so you don't have time to pull ships in. What they do is because what they've been doing was the other ships like Repulse, Malaya, and Barham had all gone in for multi-year refits
in the late 1920s, early 1930s. Yeah,
in the early part of the 30s, they'd all gone in. I think they looked at Warspite and went, "Oh wow, you're still bent from Jutland," and did the rebuild.
Yes.
They then did the same thing for the other two that hadn't yet gone through the early 30s rebuild. They took Renown because she... I can't remember exactly what Renown had done to herself that meant that she basically needed a yard period anyway.
She had an interesting time anyway, and basically that's the thing, and as Rodney and Nelson and Rodney are not exactly that old. Rodney Nelson only came in like 1920s, and Hood wasn't that old, believe it or not, as well.
Yeah, and Hood had a few reasonable yard periods. The problem was that quite a few of the ships hadn't had the rebuild that gets kind of pioneered with Warspite, and then for the others, they figure out that actually they need to change the auxiliaries, and then they can get even more efficient steam plants, and the idea of changing the secondaries more radically.
Okay, it's all a build. It's a build up, and it's a development of these things to try and produce a better refit, etc. But also, you have to also imagine, Black Horse, that realistically, in 1930s, if Britain had had the desire to do that and had pushed for that, they'd have... How do I put this politely? The ships they would have refitted first would not have been the R-class.
No.
It would have been the Queen Elizabeths, and it would have been the fast capital ships. It would have been Renowned, Repulse, and Hood in that order. So pretty much what you'd have seen is they would have refitted 2 Queen Elizabeths and an R and Renown, let's say, in 1934 to 36, and then 2 more 36 to 38, and 2 more 39 to 40, sort of thing. That's what I tend to do. That's what they'd probably be doing, building the ships up and doing them that way. Because that's how it works. And probably the last 2 ships you'd have to go in for their rebuild will be Barham and Hood. And the reason you do Barham at last is because you go, right, I know we did a refit earlier, but she's not up to the standards of the rest. Let's get her up to the same standards as the rest. And
because it's going to be a while.
Yeah.
It was going to be long enough you get enough life out of her with a proper refit to be worth it, because you had all of the R's to dispose of, and the government were agreeing to an increase in the
and you're expecting war by 1942 or after, and therefore, in a nice way, she'd be refitted 2 years before it. So if they're slightly early, if war comes earlier, you're prepared, and you will get to your. That basically is the sort of plan you do if you've got the government agreeing not to the 24, 25 capital ship fleet, but to the 30, 32 capital ship fleet.
Yeah.
It's always fun.
I kind of find myself with we had as forward-looking a government now, but never mind.
Yeah, hell breaks loose. U.S. Navy ARGs have 2 KC-130 for refueling and transport duties. Should British carrier groups also have 2 A400M for refueling, given what happened recently? We don't use the A400 for refueling.
And where would we base them out of?
Yes, there's basing issues with that. There's also, and I would say this in the nicest possible way, that's not what we use. The Voyager aircraft we use, etc. It would be nice to have refueling capacity like that, but it's a case of we don't have the basing anymore, infrastructure anymore, especially now we're getting rid of Diego Garcia, and we don't use A400s for that role. We use other aircraft for that role, and we don't have that many of them. We need more.
So those ARGs are going to be Marine aircraft, if I'm remembering correctly, because generally speaking, the only force that has dual-rolled tanker and cargo aircraft are the Marines.
Mm-hmm.
Because the Marines are prohibited from having tanker aircraft.
Well, that's why they said ARG, which
cargo
is
aircraft.
That's why they said ARG, which is amphibious ready crew.
Yeah, but as far as I know, the Navy does have its own tankers, single-role tankers.
But they do buddy stores for their carrier operations.
Thank you, Dragon. And also, too, I don't think that the UK, as a rule, has that much extended range strike capability that isn't based off of a flight deck. And if you're based off of a flight deck, just move the flight deck closer. Or call up the U.S. Navy and see if they can sell you some fuel. The answer is usually yes.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
The problem with being good at hydrating this evening is that eventually the liquid needs to come out. And I thought Runon was good for at least good for another 5 minutes on that time. Hey, caramba.
Do you need to work out a secret signal to the rest of us? So
I
we know
just
when
said
to cover?
I did that. On the screen.
I don't have the screen up. I have many things open, but I have the chat, I have the questions.
Has your new laptop arrived yet?
I haven't even ordered it. I need to work out what I'm getting.
We will have a long conversation about that at some point. What do you do? The question is, I should be coming up soon to empty out the old house. And I believe the plan is, if your spare room is available, that I will be bunking with you. Shall we sort it out then?
Yeah.
It'll be within this month. It will be possibly
as in July, not
as in
not
July,
June,
as in very quick, as in very soon in July, as in
Okay, I will need to do some tidying of the house.
That's why no one can hear me.
No, Dr. Dan does not need a framework laptop, because whilst I would love to have a framework laptop, Dan, would you like a laptop that you can take apart and rebuild yourself?
Why would I need something like that?
No.
Also, in the nicest way, from what I've heard of Dr. Dan, he doesn't need discrete graphics.
Bowman Boy.
Hang on. I have looked at what it would cost for my spec of a framework laptop. It's just under $3,000 US.
Ouch.
Yeah,
Well,
mine worked out roughly the same, but it's roughly $3,000 UK.
When you look at what a non-framework laptop would cost, that is a similar spec, it is close enough that I'm willing to pay the premium for something I can fix myself.
Yeah.
But still, ouch.
Anyway, leaving that to the next question. Bowman Boy, how would ASP planes be used to defend carriers? Where would they be directed from, and what was the doctrine surrounding them?
ASP? What is ASP?
Anti-submarine patrol.
I'm guessing ASP is anti-submarine patrol.
They were controlled by the plot, as in on the ship, to keep track of what they were scanning, and they normally went ahead because at that point, this being World War II doctrine, the submarines were very slow underwater, so they needed to get into an ambush position. So you just need to spot them trying to overtake you or ahead of you and laying in trap, waiting for you, because they were fundamentally occasionally submersible torpedo boats.
Also, the aircraft would often be doing this by radar search and would often sit at an altitude high enough that the submarine wouldn't be able to see them visually, but they could detect them. And they could also detect especially once they had radar that was working correctly, they could detect even periscopes. So they would pick it out and go, there's a periscope there. Or something which is very periscope-like. Either way, does someone want to go drop a bomb on it just to make sure? Because you see, this is the scenario that's different in wartime versus peacetime and exercises. In exercises, you only get points for getting things right and hitting the right target. In wartime, you don't care. You drop a bomb on it just to make sure. The submarines don't hide underwater. Well, that's how to put this, Casimir. Modern submarines go everywhere underwater, do everything underwater. Submarines in World War II, as Dan has put it, occasionally submersible torpedo boats. They basically spend their time mostly on the surface, travelling on the surface. You go and have a look at the Type 7, look at its range underwater versus range, the radius of action it's given. It has to spend a lot of its time on the surface. This is one of the reasons why, if the Germans don't get control of Norway, they are schnookered. Because if you don't have Norway and you have to go out to the North Sea, in any way, case of all, you have to go out to the North Sea, you have to travel much more that distance underwater. And that's going to limit your range down dramatically. And that was the big problem for the Germans in World War I, and it would have been a big problem for them in World War II. And even if they got France, getting the submarines around to France is very difficult. You can't just take them down the coast and through the channel, because submarines going through the channel have fun. The British tend to be quite good at spotting submarines going through the channel and tend to be quite good at cutting them off and causing nasty trouble. The
Germans
tried it a couple of times and decided it wasn't good for them.
Well, I was going to say they think they tried it twice, but as the submarines never reported back, U-boats never reported back in after they were, approaching the channel and saying they were about to enter the channel. And I think we may have had to replace a couple of the mines in the minefields. Yeah.
Yeah. So annoying.
Not nice. But
as the lines just put it, reconnaissance by £500 bomb is a very effective reconnaissance tool. It's otherwise known as reconnaissance by fire. It's what you do with artillery in operations occasionally. You do reconnaissance by fire. We think the enemy's over there. We're not sure. Well, let's level it and we'll find out afterwards.
We think the enemy's over there. Over where? You see that thing? Yes. Well, let's not.
Well, let's see. If we shell that place and the enemy reacts, we know they're there.
And if they don't react? They were there and they've died.
Yeah. Cameron, which was the last RN ship paid for by a private individual? Okay, by this I think you mean kind of like something like the Georgios Avros, where it was literally donated by an individual to the Greek Navy. The Royal Navy's never really been so lucky. They've bought ships off private individuals. They've seized ships off private individuals, especially Elizabeth I. They've never so much been given them since the times of Elizabeth I. Possibly some of the fire ships were donations.
I think it would be better to describe it as, you know how it's better to ask for forgiveness than it is to ask permission sometimes?
Yeah.
They did that.
Oh, they always did that. In regards to the flying boom and the probe drogue disputes, the rate of fuel for fighter aircraft is downrated in the boom to an equal rate as the probe. But for larger aircraft is better, A400M, etc. Yeah, but it's all fun.
We don't operate things that big in Britain.
Paul Amos, 1962. What would you do to rectify the problems created by the procurement issues the government has created? Honestly, I'd be tempted to add an extra buy of F-35As and turn the RAF procurement purely into an F-35A wing and hand all the Bs over to the Navy. And have the Navy operate the Bs from the carriers. Especially as we currently seem to be trying to keep both carriers operational as often as much as we can. We now do need more aircraft to sustain them both properly. Because theoretically, both should be operating with 36 F-35Bs aboard. And if that's what you want, then you need to be able to generate 72, which means you need to have another 36, that's 108 in total, 36 for deep maintenance, etc. Plus you need some operational conversion aircraft. So basically you find yourself very quickly needing about 132 aircraft for the Royal Navy, and probably if you want to keep a 48 strong air wing for the Royal Air Force going, you need at least 72 plus their conversion squadron, so that's now 24. So you need at least 96 for the Royal Air Force in A's, and that would fix that particular issue. I'd also, in nicest way, I would be ordering some LHDs, and I'd be ordering some Dreadnoughts as SSGNs to cover until we have the ability to build the AUKUS submarines quickly enough.
I need to remember that I'm on push to talk because I'm playing Dune in the background. But
we all know you are a worm addict in this chat.
Oh, they were a blood addict.
I figure, yeah, blood addict. I actively avoid the worm.
Yeah, she's got worms.
Jesus. Steve, I'm fairly certain that the U.S. Marine Corps uses a Hercules, has bladders for their Herculeses to get around you're not permitted to have this ruling by Congress. It's probably Congress.
Yeah, they do have all sorts of fun things.
Is it Congress or is it just the Navy being mean to their little brothers?
No, it's usually okay. So if the Navy can go and justify to Congress pay money to maintain 2 tanker fleets, I don't think there's ever been a CNO in existence that's going to turn that down.
Nope.
So if the Navy could justify to the House of Representatives that not only do they need money for their own tanker fleet, but they also need money for the Marine Corps' tanker fleet, they would do so shamelessly and just be very, very parsimonious, I think is the correct word, on the doctrine for deploying those Marine Corps tankers.
Shameless and they'd be both shameless and act with austerity. Dwayne Tap, is in alternative universe Armstrong Siddeley get manufacturing rights to make the PWR 1830 Twin Wasp in the
Pratt & Whitney are
mid-30s.
1830 Twin Wasp.
Yeah, Pratt & Whitney. This engine is used for the skewer and the navalized Gloucester F534. Well, then the skewer is going to be a happier aircraft and it's going to be far better, and the Gloucester F534 might win a competition or two.
I mean, yeah. That would. I mean, that would do nice things.
Well, that would be a very nice that would be a very nice aircraft to get into service. That'd be the sort of fighter you would like in service. I mean, if you have that fighter in service, you're not buying Hellcat.
Question. Isn't Fighter Command, whoever does the fighter design doctrine, aren't they mildly obsessed with only using inline engines?
Yes.
No.
But they'll take anything that gives them enough power.
RAF. That's the RAF, if I remember correctly. The Ron fleet air arm's a bit more flexible with them.
The RAF is obsessed with getting those engines, yes, but actually Fighter Command itself doesn't give a flying hoot as long as they got powerful enough engines.
And the thing about the F534 is that specification was, I think, one of a couple of them floating around at the time, which were talking about being able to operate in inverted commas, the tropics and other places. So basically, it was for somewhere. It was supposed to be able to cope with things like working in North Africa and things like that. And so the idea was to kind of try and have something that you could actually use on an expeditionary basis whilst keeping your Spitfires and Hurricanes, which were floating around at the same time, but weren't really submitted for that spec, and instead got specs written for them, having both been generated as private ventures that actually had a better capability for the key things the RAF wanted for Fighter Command, but didn't necessarily have some of those other aspects. Which was just mean to the people who actually submitted to the competition. Sorry.
Yeah. Yes, you can hear a corgi telling people off, Timo. You can hear a corgi telling people off. The corgi had an operation this week. The corgi is okay, but yeah. He had an operation.
I want to be cruel here. I'm not going to be, because that could get me in trouble.
And just remember, the corgi has a long memory and will take vengeance.
I am not going to misgender even a corgi.
Yeah. Lions, if you had part 1 of Glyn Stewart's book series, if you had to part of one?
Be part of.
B part. B's missing. If you had to be part of one of Glyn Stewart's book series, which one would it be and why? Oh, I'm taking the Peacekeepers of Soul. I'm taking that because I like the Gravity Well fighters. I find them fun. And also, I quite like the battle cruisers.
You're also in there.
Yeah, I'm in there. I'm also in there as a Rear Admiral already, so, you know, I've got quite a nice life. I think I actually might be a Vice Admiral. Might even be a Full Admiral by now. Just trying to remember the latest one where I am in. I think I might be heading for Admiral now. Might be Full Admiral.
I've only read the Castle Federation and technically Dakota, so probably that.
I know I turned up at a battle with a whole load of ships which had been suspiciously brought to full active duty without anyone agreeing to them and any politicians signing off on it. Which, you know, kind of does fit me. I was supposed to be deactivating these ships. I heard there was a battle going on, so instead I I managed to call up a whole load of demobs and reservists without telling the politicians and have arrived with a fleet.
For me, I don't know. I like Peacekeepers of Seoul, but that could be the recency effect. But I slightly prefer the force structure in Avalon, Castle Federation. So it's kind of a toss-up for me. Those are unfortunately the only two books that I have currently read. So
I think my chances of surviving in Icebreaker are probably the highest.
From what I've seen in Castle Federation, your chances of living are, as long as you're not a fighter pilot and not a frontline soldier, your chances of living is quite high. There's only a planetary massacre twice. And one of them was the enemy planet, anyway. And that wasn't even your fault.
True.
I'm just here pretending I can read.
20.
Remind me, I need to probably head to bed before too long.
Don't worry.
Jen, head to bed.
He's got a point.
15.
When in doubt, drink the NyQuil.
Let's see. Castellana, what is the strangest combination of rank and name you have run across? E.g., have you seen a seaman captain? There are a lot of interesting captains, and I'm not going to name the strangest one I've got across because that's coming up in a video soon.
Is it? I'm not sure if anyone's ever, because there's major in Catch 22, but I think Sergeant Major Sergeant would be more amusing. Anyone got any other thoughts?
if we are opening up the floor to fictional or fictionalized officers / uniform personnel, you have a hard time beating Jack Campbell's Major Problem.
And there's also the option of corporal punishment.
Oh, yeah. Next question. What is the furthest north or south naval combat taken that has happened? In both the Arctic and Antarctic circles, combat has taken place. It's not particularly nice, but it's taken place. First south, and they've gone as far south and as far north as they can go. Black Horse. What times could the French Navy join the British in World War II? I'm presuming. Pretty much as soon as France surrenders. They could have transferred before France surrenders. They could have moved out to join the Royal Navy. There are lots of options at that point. The British would never have turned them away. Phil Williams came across a leading cook in my time in the mob. Oh, fun times. If the Imperial German Navy started development of large, and this is from Matthew Malecki, diesel engines 4 years earlier, would they have used them in the post-World War I World War I to re-engine the pre-dreadnoughts they were allowed? Yes. Yes, they would have, because in either way, there's no way in, and they're not building those vessels at speed, so you might as well give them something which is going to be incredibly fuel efficient and give you a lot of operating range.
Okay, here's my counter question. How early do you have to start for them to actually get the power density needed to move the boat?
Oh, not that much earlier. They were looking at diesels in the 1910s before World War I began. It's just their development takes a while. So basically, if you move it, if they get them earlier than, if they're not the late 1920s, but instead are the early 1920s. Probably makes sense. Ramol, on the IGN opinions on the IGN Taiho, and do you think its design is better Armored World 2 CV than the Illustrious? If they're armored in different ways, I've done a lot of videos about them. Honestly, the Taiho is probably closer to Implacables. But there again, that's because the Illustrious is still built within, to an extent, some of the limitations of the Second London Naval Treaty. That when they're being designed and okayed, because they're the design they already have agreed and all worked out, so they go with it, because that's the quickest thing to get something under construction. Whereas the Taiho has moved beyond that. So it's closer to the Implacables, but honestly, it should be slightly better because of that, but it's not that much better. It's definitely not much better, not that much improved over. I'd say it's about even with the Indomitable in many ways, which is a subclass of the Illustrious. Nightwolf, Dr. Clarke and crew, would you have any way of saving ABDA command? We already answered that one. Joe Angelo, don't Vistal aircraft struggle repayload, including fuel? Yes and no. Okay, if you want to do vertical takeoff and landing, that is an issue. If you want, but honestly, once you start having them using ski ramps and doing rolling takeoff and rolling landing, the fuel issues and the payload issues are not really as much there at all. The main issue they have with the F-35B versus its A and C compartments, because the space is taken up that could be used for internal bomb bay, is taken up by a rather large lift fan, which they need for vertical takeoff and landing. So, and to assist them with their rolling takeoff and rolling landing, so they can take off in less distance. So that's more of the issue. It's not so much the weight that's the issue, it's the space. Especially if you're designing everything around a common airframe. Night Cigar, are there any naval history topics that in the 21st century are politically highly sensitive outside of things like Operation Catapult or slave trade? And how do you approach them? Usually straight on and openly. And go, look, no one in this scenario is going to be covered in glory or looking good, but hey ho, it's the history that happened, and there are several of them like that. And I'm slowly getting to them. If you've been following this year of leadership, you'll notice I'm building up to things. I said, how much truth is there to the idea that Type 31 is a frigate-sized OPV? No. Try think of it more of as a refuser-class cruiser to the Type 26's closer to the town-class cruiser. Okay? That's the scenario you're dealing with. That's the differential. It's still a cruiser. It's still a good it's still a frigate. It's just it's a different scale of frigate in terms of capability. Black Horse. Could the US have decided to just hold the air bases on Okinawa and not try to control the whole island? That's a good way to get yourself into a lot of trouble and have an ongoing war. It's better to deal with things quickly than to just have problems not ongoing. And Timu, should Dr. Clarke... Yeah, it's a good way to get all sorts of issues. Timu, should Dr. Clarke have his own colour themed 40k tactical squad Ultramarines? No. A, my troops are Iron Wolves. B, they have a very nice black and orange colour scheme already. And C, they are Sons of Russ. Okay. They are Iron Wolves. They come in a lot of tanks, a lot of armour, but they are Iron Wolves.
Are you sure they're not Iron Brew Wolves? Iron Brew Wolves?
Nope, Iron Wolves. Knight. Steve, this is from Knight. Is it premature to call Type 32...
My mic was muted.
Yeah, I know, that was useful. Is it premature to call the Type 32 class an OPV with an ambition?
Before you answer that question, I am going to
fudge, no.
say that I am in the market. I am in the market for an Iron Priest. If anyone can find me one.
Very cool.
Also, I've just got some to complain about Saron Warhammer for a second.
Okay.
My brother said it's going to get a whole bunch of Imperial Knights, right? And he's going to paint them in Black Watch colours.
Last stand of the Black Watch.
Yes.
Okay.
I just know that how much money he's going to spend.
Not as much as you might think. Knights are pretty cheap on a dollar per point basis.
Oh, they're not.
Knights?
Yeah. Quite expensive at the moment.
Then
Okay,
my
keyword
store must be
good
selling them
knights.
very cheap.
All right.
Because where are they?
Knights here, everyone. Is it premature to call a Type 32 class an OPV with ambition, even though we currently have no clear understanding what Type 32 class will be? They are Type 31 Batch 2s. We all know this, because in a nice way, we have 1 yard which can produce high-end frigates and possibly destroyers, and we have 1 yard which can produce light frigates and lower-end vessels. So, yeah. I don't know if this is a shock or a horror to you, but if you only have one option of a yard to produce it domestically, and you always buy things domestically, that means the odds are the design for the Type 32 is going to be, drumroll, the Type 31 Batch 2, which is being offered by the people who build the Type 31s, strange enough. So, yeah, we all know exactly what they're going to be.
Wait, you're telling me they're not going to build a Tycho in that yard?
No. From Steve. Fact or superstition? Renaming naval ships. Do the statistics uphold the sailor's legend that renaming ships makes them unlucky? Not really, statistically, from the last paper I read. But the thing is, once you have a perception of a ship being unlucky, it's very hard to change it. So, it's best not to go there. Black Horse, what happens if the US decided to ignore the width of the Panama Canal when building their ships in the interwar period or expand the canal? Well, if they expand the canal, then that's great. They are going to be able to have far bigger ships, and they can design their ships more freely, and you probably don't have some of the issues with the hourglass bows. If they ignore the width of the canal, then frankly, then all the strategic advantage of the canal bringing the two coasts of America so much closer together disappear, and they now might as well are still sailing around the South America to join up with their fleets, and that just adds on ages and ages and wear and tear onto all their ships. So yeah.
is the American kind of thing against, denying global warming and everything, actually just an attempt to open up a northern passage so they can go around the north to go from east west, so they have two routes?
Well, that's an
Don't
also
joke. That's a theory I see far too often on the internet.
And added advantage of that is also, if you're currently challenging the sovereignty of Canada, you can control the northern route as well.
Yeah, good luck with that one, because the Canadians have something to say about it.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting one. Paul Amos, thank you for collecting all the super chats, etc., and super memberships. Thank you. So we've got DX Machinery as a new member. Thank you. We've got Scottish Nerd, £20. Thank you very much. Super chat. Mary 200 for Bruships. Thank you for that. H for the Dun. Happy 200. Yeah, and VM Williams, $10 Canadian. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. It's always I'm never quite sure what to say when I get to that sort of thing. It's just all I can say is thank you. It still feels weird, but not weird in a nice way, but weird in a way of you're not really sure what to say. So just say thank you and hope that's okay. Thank you. Thanks for all the super chats and all the memberships and all those things. They really do help keep the channel going. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What if America had on the yard a third Lexington? They were building
Didn't they have all six laid down?
They were all laid down. And it was actually there was a third one quite far along. I have looked into this as before. Honestly, the next if they had been able to have a third Lexington, because tonnage allowance had allowed them to have a third Lexington, then the odds are it would have been, I think, well, Lexington was originally the Constitution laid down in January 1921. I think, if I remember correctly, it was, I think the one which was furthest along, and certainly the one which was sold for the most scrap value, was the United States. Because she was sold for $85,000 in scrap value. Whereas the other, well, hang on, no, Constitution was sold for $92,000, so actually it might have been her. But the others were $10,000 and $45,000, so I think it's probably Constitution. It's probably Constitution, which had previously been known as Ranger. So they might have still called her Ranger. They might have left her as Constitution, and they would have had Lexington, Saratoga, and Constitution as their three large carriers. And basically, for the US Navy, that would have meant far more developments of carrier operations and a far better force generation. But it would have also meant that they've used up quite a lot of their tonnage allowance on three large conversions. So, yeah. Canadian Parliament...
I think if the U.S. Navy was really bent to preserve that third Lexington class, they would have had to allowed a higher tonnage allotment for carriers at least.
Yeah. It would have probably been something like... Well, honestly, you'd probably end up with Britain and America both getting allowance of 10 carriers each. And it's Japan getting allowance of 6 carriers, and then working it down from there, just doubling the allowance up. In which case, honestly, though, things do change dramatically. Because if you've got 270,000 tons of carrier allowance for Britain and America, then you can imagine what Britain's building in that period. Some very big vessels are appearing. Castaneda, the Canadian Parliament observes the approaching war from 1935 budget year onwards, builds a tribal a year in Halifax. Does this have an effect on World War II? Not really. 4 extra destroyers are going to be quite nice and going to be quite helpful, and it will help build up the Canadian Navy a bit and help the infrastructure development of stuff in Canada. But honestly, 4 destroyers is not going to have much of a big impact on the war effort at the beginning of World War II, other than maybe a couple more of them are knocking around in the North Sea during the Norway campaign. Who knows? That might have an impact on some things early on, but you know. 9681. Ooh, questions are open again.
Steve, does that mean that questions are open, or just that we have 10 more to go?
Okay, is it accurate to say, is it accurate to say lack of a carrier on board tanker capability hurt the Iron and Falklands War as much as the lack of AEW did? No. The carriers were far closer to the operations, and frankly, the aircraft weren't really... Whilst the caps are doing patrols, you have enough aircraft to maintain them, and the strikes are literally flying in, dropping bombs, getting out. They're not loitering around for a long time. The airborne early warning is far, far more missed than tanker. Although tanker wouldn't have been nice. That's what I'll say. Would have liked to have it. It's just in terms of capability, AEW is bigger. And is it accurate? Then you've answered that. That's the same as the second question. I think this is from Steve. Submarine crush depth. How much stronger is a welded hull over riveted hull as a rough percentage?
How good is your welding?
That's the thing. How good is your welding?
Welding, in theory, welding is going to have, instead of a lot of little stress points, it's going to have one significant stress point, but spread out over the entire welded area. Whereas riveted, you have n+1 number of penetrations through the pressure hull. And each one of those is a stress collection point. So welding is inherently stronger, but it is solely determined on how good your weld is, which is why there is so much effort into ensuring that welders know how to make pressure-bearing welds.
Or to automate it so that you don't have to rely on humans who can be interesting.
Yeah. Fancy Brits and their investment in weird, esoteric, but incredibly useful technologies.
Yeah. Moshor, why do modern light frigates and corvettes have several very similar capabilities on paper with dramatically different displacements, e.g. the new Roanoke and the SAR-6 being similar on paper? Basically, it's the thing is, you might... How to put it? It's not the capabilities necessarily the weapon systems driving the size of the ship. It's the scope of operations. Where do you want them to operate? What kind of oceans? What kind of seas? How far away from home? How much support are they going to get? How much infrastructure do they have? That's going to affect them. So the weapons fit is not driving the size of those ships. It's the circumstance and context of your operations. Okay.
Did our shared chat break? I think our shared chat broke.
Possibly.
Dagnap it, Twitch.
So we answered that one. Castaner, how happy is the Royal Navy Anti-Saber Patrol that US Africa Squadron is recalled in 1861? It does make things easier and less politically thorny. Because the American Africa Squadron is not exactly always the most reliable in this duty.
I have sent you a new invite.
And that is why I have suddenly got a full screen. Let me sort this one out. Let's combine this. Don't worry. Share chat is on, and everything is happy.
Thank you, Twitch, for mucking up my audio again.
Twitch likes to have fun, okay? Don't be cruel about Twitch.
I wish it would remember that I have you muted every time you join this and not unmute you.
Well, yeah, it's fun. I also do find it fun that how do I put this politely? That YouTube Minecraft Watcher is sending us questions on Twitch. What if the Washington Naval Treaty allowed a fast asset for Japan, Britain, and America, Almagi for Japan, Hood for Britain, and up-armored Lexington?
Does Britain accept that?
Well, the thing is, Britain. Why is Britain? What's happening to Renown, Repulse, and Tiger?
And why is the USN up-armoring the Lexingtons?
So basically, well, yeah, because I know how much are you going to get budget for something new out of Congress?
Yeah, and also too, it's like the USN already approved the design of Lexington.
Yeah, I can
because as much as I hammer on about it being the House of Representatives who has to approve the expenditure down to the rivet, it's still the U.S. Navy who is promulgating and setting up the design which meets Congress's requirements.
Yeah.
And that's the design they came up with that barely 8-inch proof armor.
Yeah.
So why are they changing it?
So here's the thing: if the Washington Naval Treaty couldn't be set up that way, so they'd have an individual asset because of the problems. What you'd have to do is you'd have a scenario where you go, right, each nation, Britain and America are both allowed 15 battleships, and work from that. And Britain and America are allowed 5 battle cruisers. The scenario where that happens, though, the Royal Navy suddenly announces, well, that means they're allowed to build 5 battleships to replace their 13.5-inch gunships, because they've only got 10, 15-inch battleships, and they're allowed to build 2 new battle cruisers. So suddenly you see probably 5 Nelrods and 2 F3s get built. So the Royal Navy's incredibly happy. Or, well, maybe 1 F3. It depends on whether they, count Tiger. They would probably still count Tiger. She'd throw Stang around for a bit. They might not. They might, if they're getting rid of all the other 13.5-inch ships, they might get rid of her as well, which would be a shame because she's a good ship. But there again, if they're getting an F3, that's not necessarily a bad trade. For the Americans, that probably mean they'd build 5 Lexingtons, which means they'd have a 6th hull to convert into a carrier. Good luck getting the other things they might convert. I suppose they might convert a South Dakota into a carrier, so they have that sort of scenario going on. And the Japanese then would get 3. The trouble is, for the Japanese, that means they have to get. For them, it's almost more of a problem, because they're now allowed 9 battleships and 3 battle cruisers. They have 4 Congos. I think they'd be tempted to keep the Congos as their battle cruisers, go down to 3 of them, and then build their fast battleship designs to fill up the numbers.
Actually, here's the question: would the British be able to get away with that, with building K3s for battle cruisers?
F3s.
So the F3s.
Yeah.
F3s, yeah.
Yeah.
Because when they be looked at on, that's just a battleship.
No, the F3 is definitely not a battleship, it's a battle cruiser. The fact that it's a fully armoured battle cruiser is neither here nor there. It's a battle cruiser. And the thing is, if you're having this thing, you've probably got a scenario whereby you're talking about a 40,000 ton limit for the battle cruiser and a 35,000 ton limit for the battleships. So, the nicest way, if you've got the F3 and you've got 5,000 extra tons to play with, that's going to be a 32-knot ship. Fully armoured battle cruiser. Treaty compliant, but yes, not something anyone else wants to fight.
The Kriegsmarine ship Bismarck just called and asked why you hate it quite so much to have a ship over 20 years older than it so much better. And unhappy. And would like to lodge a formal protest with the proper authorities. They filled out all the paperwork. They are supposed to be the best battleship in Northern Europe.
The other fun thing is the other fun thing, of course, is that this means the British get 5 Nelrods, in which case the British might change that design as well. Because in nicest way, the British will probably play around and go, well, if we're getting 5 of them, it's going to sound strange. When you're building 2, you prioritize their individual survivability over everything else. If you're getting 5, you might well push them up a bit in terms of speed, in terms of capability. So things could be very interesting. And you end up with, of course, Britain and America both having 20 capital ship fleets. You end up with Japan having a 12 capital ship fleet. And you end up with France and Italy having probably about an 8 ship force. 8 to 9 ship force. And they'd probably be allowed like 2 battle cruisers. It's an interesting, fun thing to deal with.
It's a nice way of presenting the Japanese with potentially closer to what they were asking for, because you could allow some sort of compromise and say they could have keep their 4 Congos, but restrict them in some other way. They then go away thinking they've got more of what they want, but actually leaving them facing a greater dilemma.
You tell them that if you consider the Congos, the Congos basically they displace roughly 30,000 tons, right? You turn around and go, well, actually, what we've allocated you is 120,000 tons worth of tonnage, so you can keep all 4 Congos. You can keep all 4 Congos, and that's your limitation. You can keep all 4 Congos, but you're limited to 120. Because remember, you do it by tonnage limitation, and for the British, they now have 15 times 35,000 tons of battleships and 200,000 tons of battle cruiser.
That sounds nice.
So the British are sitting there going, well. What can I say? It's not a bad life to be. It's really not a bad life to be. The British have got 525,000 tons of battleship and 200,000 tons of battle cruiser to build. That's going to keep 725,000 tons of capital ships is going to be quite a useful force to keep going, and that's going to provide enough construction work, especially if they spread it out through the 1920s to keep the yards going. Well, a few of them, anyway. And, you can add on to that. And for the Americans, again, they've got their 5 Lexingtons coming into service. They're happy with that. They can adapt to 5 40,000-ton ships.
I mean, there's a reasonable chance, if you're pacing things out with the British build, I'm just trying to think, and you're expanding your cruiser fleet to keep the match, you could probably keep Beardmore and Palmer's going.
To an extent, probably. And you've also got to add in, and this is going to be the most funny thing, is if you've done this, there's no way you're settling for just 5 carriers. You're going for a 10 carrier force. So again, also you've got 230,000 tons worth of carrier, and that's going to require some building, some construction.
Happy days are here again.
Yeah, that's enough. There's enough construction. There's enough construction going at that point that you are going to get some interesting things, and also that's enough tonnage that the British might suddenly realise that the admirals are not broken up yet and might convert them, free them themselves into aircraft carriers.
But Camel Laird have no plans for converting large hulls to become fleet carriers.
Yeah,
none at all. I thought. Because they don't have one of the admirals sitting on a slit, do they?
Yeah.
Because they haven't got round to breaking it up.
It's a fun thing if you start going down that route. If we have a poll, if a German World War II fanboy is a wereaboo and an Italian World War II fanboy is a pastaboo, what should we call a Japanese World War II fanboy and a Soviet World War II fanboy?
Weeaboo and
Omiboo.
Stalinium.
It's Comiboo.
That is indeed the term.
Okay, that I didn't know that, but carry on. What if the IJN secretly built in 1952 a version of the number 13? If they had secretly had some number 13s hanging around battleships, then the world's in more trouble in World War II than it likely to wish. But also, if they're able to do that, they're also able to probably start stockpiling resources so their infrastructure is not in as bad a position as it is. If the British built big first-rate ships of the line like the French did, would they be used as fleet flagships? That is what the British used their first-rate ships of lines for, so yes. And they did build quite big ones. They didn't build them as big as the Spanish, but there again, most people look at the Spanish and going, why? You're making something into an unholy mess to navigate.
But fuck, mucho cannons equal mucho damage.
No. AK-472, who was fighting in Antarctica? Mostly the British and the French, but various other scenarios. Protecting the various
you had
and World War II, there's all sorts of things in the convoy battles.
The Germans sent surface raiders to the Southern Oceans after I think it was the Norwegian whaling fleet in 41, 42.
Yeah.
They sent Thor and the other ones. Comet.
They had fun trying to go after things.
Yeah.
I don't know why my screen sometimes flickers. I've got to figure it out. It's really annoying.
Can't help you on that one, boss.
No, it does seem to be transmitting it, so it's the camera is flickering sometimes. And I think it's possibly the cable. I possibly need to replace the cable. I have been considering that, so I'll see if I can get a new cable if that works. So the Indefatigable, but it was only when they sent me the latest software update for it that it's caused this trouble, and I don't know why. I'll sort it out. So if the Indefatigable class had last gasp with the whole Dreadnought armed cruisers, what prompted the RN to start the study in the first place? Which study are you talking about?
Looking at the direct.
The RN's always studying, and yeah, as Dan was, I think, was going off, the RN was always studying and looking at the future, and in many ways you have different factions of the RN proposing different ships. The Royal Navy factions might not shoot each other like the Japanese ones do, but the Royal Navy factions are still sometimes looking at different things and putting different papers. You know, even recently, not that long ago, there was the whole Black Swan sloop idea which was put out, and I did some papers and things about them. And again, that's one faction in the Royal Navy pushing that. Project Ark Royal was a faction in the Royal Navy. There are other papers from other factions.
The idea of the Dreadnought armoured cruiser was to do to armoured cruisers what Dreadnought was doing to battleships, which is shift to all big guns and go for something that is a chunk faster and a chunk nastier than all of the competition, to kind of accepting the risk that will set a new bar, because you've got the confidence in, at that point, British building capacity to meet, match, and overwhelm anyone else trying to build to beat you, with the possible exception of the US, who have lots of potential, but at that stage aren't building much and remain hampered by Congress.
They're permanent.
Yeah. So essentially, it's the British going, we now have something that can basically guarantee killing any of your armored cruisers. You send out your armored cruisers and you want to try and do trade war against us, we can kill them. Mm-hmm. They're dead. We send these bad boys out. They go, they kill yours. Job is done. And people didn't have particularly long range at that point with coal bunkers, and coaling was a lot nastier than oil, and Britain had a lot more influence, because this is not just thinking about the Germans. This is also thinking about probably the Austro-Hungarians, the Russians. They're not going to say it's the Japanese, but it will be.
The Americans.
Yeah, we kind of don't trust anyone. Ever.
Yeah.
Because we've been allied with, I think, every single country that we've also then gone to war with at some stage.
Look, in nice way, we've had a long history. If you're around long enough, your friends become your enemies and become your friends again. Lions, how much effect is there if the treaties change to, instead of limiting nations by tonnage, you change it to number of hulls for each group?
Quite a lot.
That is a big difference, but also the Royal Navy says thank you and I love you. The US Navy says we hate you. We hate you with a passion of 1,000 suns. Because now we have to, because you've heard about the difference in paying systems and procurement between the two navies. It'll be interesting. YouTube Minecraft Watcher.
Authorized.
Yeah. If the panel was sent to 1918, just before the murder of the Naval of Royals, would the panel save them and bring them to the present?
Yes.
Yes. Because if I bring them to they're children. In a nice way, if they are going, if in a nice way, if I have the chance to save kids, I will save kids, and I'll deal with the problems later. But also, if I'm bringing them to the present, the amount of issues they can cause is nil.
Also, because if you bring them to the present, aren't they effectively dead at that period anyway? So you can sort of just hide it.
Yeah, you can set them up with a new life and new identities quite easily.
To be fair, or to be cruel, I don't trust Nicholas to not muck up witness protection time bending style.
Oh,
but yes, I would.
He would. But,
I would save the kids.
I said I'd save the kids. I never said I might not have an accident with their dearest papa on the way.
Well, no, you could also save him, because if he's claiming he's the Tsar of Russia that died 100 years ago,
people will put him in some jail anyway.
Who's actually going to take him seriously?
To be fair, Trump might take him seriously, because that would then be a very useful pawn to wind up Putin with.
That was what I was thinking.
Yeah. You and I have spent way too much time together, Dan.
Yeah. There's only a handful of people who I wouldn't save, if that makes sense, from their historical being killed. Most of them were senior leaders in World War II, for example. Quite a lot of them. There's a few of them I would opt not to save. Might try and, if they were on fire, I would try and help to beat the flames out with a fire axe.
That's nice of you.
But apart from that, everyone else would be saving.
Yeah. Night Heron Productions. Hi. Assuming the specs for it hold up, had it been, what are your thoughts on naval P1154 Mach 2 Harrier versus the F4 Phantom? Pros and cons. Can the P1154 hope to measure up? It's not going to measure up in the same way the Royal Navy would like it to measure up, but it's going to be a very interesting British capability, which probably the British government go, we want you to get, and the Royal Navy ends up being forced to get, and then the Royal Navy will then turn into something really pretty darn cool. Would it be... I don't think you'd find a two-seater version. That was their insistence, to try and get the Phantom. I think you'd have a single-seater version. I think you'd probably still have a pretty darn decent radar in it, and everything else pretty good, and... yeah, it would be interesting. Longer term, if you started off with supersonic Vistol aircraft, then life gets more interesting for the Yak-38 and the designs the Soviets go with. B, it probably changes the CVO-1's idea design plan, and you might see the CVO-1 actually get built because A, there's this massive British aircraft for it, which is this fond of the world of this new type of carrier aircraft, and C, you have to deal with the fact the US Marine Corps have a supersonic fighter in their fleet, and are very, very excited to have it, and possibly go down to a single aircraft fleet.
Would it not
And
need?
Probably don't have the Harrier gap either.
Mm.
Would you not need a second seater from when it's
You would
being
need a
developed
two.
to
You need a
operate
two-seater.
radar?
You'd have a two-seater trainer, but you wouldn't have a two-seater operational aircraft.
Even for a long-range interceptor with the radar?
Probably not. No.
Really?
Yeah, because
I thought you needed one at that sort of stage to handle the missile sorting bits.
not as much.
The radar.
But also, in a nice way, if it's developed by the time it comes into service, the things that are coming in with it, yeah, it'll probably end up being a single-seat aircraft, because of the weight distribution scenarios with a two-seater versus single-seater in terms of Vistal aircraft.
I just prefer two-seater aircraft.
I know. Anyway, it is now midnight, my friend, and you have to go medic today, don't you?
Yeah.
You have to go be Dr. Dan.
Don't want to.
All I have to do
But,
today
yeah.
is see a
All
surveyor
right. Good night.
and then do consulting before I see fleet. So you know,
I
you get some
I
sleep.
can kick you from the call if that would make your life easier, Dan.
Thank you. That's no. I will. Yeah. I will.
Take
I
care.
will. I will. I will bow out. It's been good fun, and I've spent way too much of this weekend catching up with Drax.
Fair. I think we only have 4 more questions and then we're finished.
Yeah. I had a look at them. I don't have much to add to them, to be honest.
Okay. All right.
So-
Take care.
Good night, all. It's been fun.
If we get through these 4 questions too quickly, I might open up for some more questions and so we do the 5 hours, because we are not far off the 5 hours, and it's about half an hour to the 5-hour mark if people don't object.
There are 3 questions in the chat, I believe.
Okay.
1 to 3.
Fun Police. The song The Great Outdoors has the line "Keel hauled on the Constellation" as part of the chorus. Did this actually ever happen? I have no idea of the punishment records of the Constellation, but I do know keel hauling is very much a punishment in the procedures of navies in that period. Night Signal, would Batch 1A and 1B Type 12 Leander class operate with a mixed ASW missile magazine of Vicar and Nazrock, or would that be impractical? It would have been impractical. It wouldn't have worked well for them. Poseidon 7307. Britain mysteriously ends up with 3 incomparable class with 20-inch guns. I'm going to hand this over to Fox, though, if she's still awake, because I know how she will feel about the idea of Britain ending up with the incomparable class with 20-inch guns, 3 of them. I'm fairly sure she'd be very, very happy if she's still awake.
Okay, can you just repeat the first part of the question?
Britain mysteriously ends up with 3 incomparable class with 20-inch guns, I'm presuming at the end of World War One. They have 6 20-inch guns, basically consider them renowned, but with scaled up to 20-inch guns.
Okay, I'm going to base it off the assumption that the guns and the turrets work. Because if I remember correctly, there's a whole bunch of design issues for trying to design a 20-inch turret, if I remember correctly. I mean, you might have obsoleted the battleship at that point, to be honest. Well, it depends. Can they build more of them? Because you can't really protect against the 20-inch gun in this period. And that just sounds like it's going to turn into a fire control fight.
Oh, it will do. It would turn into an absolute fire control flight. The thing is, though, you're definitely you are 100% scuppering the Washington Naval Treaty.
Oh yeah. The Americans are going to panic. The Japanese are going to panic. The French are going to cry in a corner.
You may still get the treaty, but it's likely going to be, oh God, please stop the British from building more. Also, we get to build however many they've completed each.
On the other hand, though, would Britain accept that?
Yes, this is the thing. Britain's just built three of these, and they've got the facilities to build more.
Yeah, because you've got to remember that these, even if we take the scale of renowned designs, so if we base it off World of Warships as incomparable. I can't say it now. Hate stutters. But I just call it Commie. Commie is a very long ship.
104.8 meters, or 1,000 feet exactly.
Yeah, that's longer than an Iowa, isn't it?
Yep. Just double check, but I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Yeah, which means, as I understand it, you've essentially future-proofed the yards that made her.
So yeah, this would be 140 feet longer than an Iowa.
Yes.
Like, we are genuinely talking like an extra 42 meters in length.
The other interesting thing is if Britain decides to build, if they decide they're going to build an aircraft carrier at this point, because they know they were looking around, if you use an incomparable hull to build an aircraft carrier, base it off that, you've got an excellent carrier which can operate and provide some of the long-range fire control and fire support with, its aircraft scouting and spotting, and it's going to be a massive carrier.
I mean, I would be more
massive carrier.
I've been more concerned about this turbocharging carrier aviation, because this is going to introduce the paradigm of whatever you do, don't get hit.
Oh yeah.
Because you can't stop a 20-inch shell.
No.
Well, I would phrase that you can technically stop a 20-inch shell once, if I remember correctly.
You can technically stop any shell once. It's just usually the next one that hits is going to go straight through everything.
Yeah.
And the next question is going to be, how heavy is the framing going to have to be to backstop that armor? Because I can see you making a slab of face-hardened steel that can stop a 20-inch shell cold, or at least deflect it. But that's still going to be putting a lot of energy into the framing behind it.
I think you end up with angled armor internal belt. You end up with an angled internal belt as well as an external belt.
Yeah.
Plus, these things jump along at 35 knots.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Are they 35 knots?
Yes. Yeah, 35 knots.
I thought they were 32.
No, it was
35
knots. 35 knots.
Oh.
So the US battle line is going, excuse us? That's like 14 knots higher than what we can do. Oh, great.
Congrats, you just invalidated the entire US standard.
And actually, worse when you consider the range of the 20-inch gun, it can literally wander along past them and do circles around them, firing its 20-inch guns as they're trying to engage it as they're in the middle. It can literally do laps around the fleet.
It's even more of a cursed timeline. You might actually have justified the Lexingtons being like the Lexingtons.
Yeah, I could see a lot. I could see a lot of naval engineers going, "Well, what's the point in arming our ships anyway? Because you're not going to be able to reliably stop that." Somebody might make the argument, and I don't know how much credence there is to this, but somebody might make the argument of, why don't we design our ships to induce a through and through as much as possible, so they don't arm the arm the fuses in the shell inside the ship.
Welcome
the
to
only
the
thing I say to that is
compartmentalization.
the only thing I say to that is, high explosive or basically contact fuse is not going to have your ships are not going to have fun against that.
Yeah, it's in the nicest way, it's a bucket of suck, regardless of what your
Yes.
solution is.
Oh,
There
yeah.
is it is a armament for which there is no winning solution against with the technology available at the time. And I would say
Beyond not
even
get hit.
today, you don't really have a winning solution. Yeah, but hoping to not get hit,
It's not a good
cool.
one to have.
As long
Oh, no, there is one
long as
solution,
you,
though. It's the ability to strike from beyond the range of the guns. Which is why I think you might see a turbocharging of naval aviation.
Honestly, I'd be just curious to see how these things would perform in the interwar years and how World War II goes, because Germany's probably not going to change their strategy up much, because they can't realistically. So
Well, Biscuit don't get built. Scharnhorst and Gneisenau don't get built.
they probably still do, because, well, what else do you build?
This is like I could see them just abandoning the idea of capital ships for
Thanks for making the Royal Navy's life easier.
yeah. But it's a case of it's not a case of you build Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, who
Have no hope.
if we're basing it off
In the nicest way, do you even build the Deutschlands in this scenario? If the British are going around 20-inch gun ships, then what is everyone else going around with? And you, Germany, are able to build 11-inch gun ships and nothing bigger?
I think you'll still see the Deutschlands. I mean,
Well, let's probably see something on the lines, but it might be a whole different kettle of fish. In a nice way, the Deutschlands might end up looking more like a Scharnhorst than a Deutschland with 9 guns. Everyone quietly ignoring how much extra tonnage they have to carry them. Or, in a nice way, they might have 9 guns but have absolutely paper-thin armour.
yeah.
One thing I'm kind of curious about is how these ships might react to the air war. Because Incomparable has a lot of deck space. So I think you could see quite a lot of octuple pom-poms slapped on her.
She's also probably really lightly built though. That
Exactly.
might be the
So
issue.
And she also probably
if you
has-
take a 1,000-kilogram bomb from a land-based Stuka, that's not
She's
going
also-
to be fun times.
yeah, she's also going to have functionally nil deck armor.
Well, no, we're looking at a 3-inch deck at least.
4-inch, actually.
4-inch deck.
Okay, she's still going to have functionally nil deck armor.
No,
4-inch deck armor.
that's good.
Against a 1,000-pound AP bomb from a dive
Yeah.
bomber.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
actually quite
considering
good.
remember most British cruisers and such had a 76mm deck to deal with those bombs.
And,
It's more just a case of
yeah,
your superstructure's probably gone.
your superstructure.
Remember, the armored
yeah,
carriers protect. The armored carriers protect against them, and they've only got a 3-inch armor deck. if I remember
Yeah,
correctly.
the armored carriers problem was when the bombs hit the lifts, because the lifts weren't armored, and that would then skip in underneath the armor. So that's why the damage you always see when you see the looking damage of bombs, people are going, why is it concentrated around the lift area? Because that's where the armor stops.
It's a potentially interwar service because I cannot imagine the the government
Well,
are necessarily
it has
happy to
3
keep these
of
things
these.
around. Yeah,
3.
because the question is where would they be stationed? I can't imagine they'd be stationed. You might have one of them take up Hood's role instead of basically the flagship sailing around the world. Because
if you think about it,
what
with
better
Hood,
example do you have?
With Hood, you now have a fairly decent 4-ship battlecruiser squadron that sort of fits and works together. And if you build any more of these, if you build 3 more, then you get rid of Hood, Renown, Repulse, and Tiger, and you have 6 of these sailing around the world as your presence ships and doing your presence around the world.
Actually,
I kind of hope you might
be
see.
cursed.
I kind of hope you might see in a second batch. You might see the lessons of Jutland applied
would.
to it. So you, honestly, an incomparable built Tiger style
Yeah.
would be horrifying.
Probably see them drop to about 32, 33 knots.
Yeah.
To take on that stuff, but yeah, you'd build it Tiger style. And this was always my point about Jackie Fisher. He's drawing designs. His plans always come from the sort of the Invincibles deal, the Infallibles, and improve. It's never the Lion, or even the latest. It's sort of he goes to is the Lions. It's never Queen Mary. It's never Tiger. It's not the better ships, the better battle cruisers. It's always the ones which are far closer to his dreadnought armored cruiser dream. This is the entire time critiquing, and Tiger did make a 28 knots. So I see some people going, "Oh, she wasn't really a 28 knot ship." Tiger was a 28 knot plus ship. She was. She was recorded post World War II doing more than 20. Post World War I doing more than 28 knots. So yeah, she was a 28 knot plus ship. She was a decent ship.
Yeah, she's got the advantage of being a really heavily, well, really good quality coal.
Yeah, in a nicest way, if she'd been built as an oil-fired ship with small tube boilers, and that's the thing I always think about. If they built her as an oil-fired ship with small tube boilers, oh my lord, that ship would have been so valuable. And they would have never, in the nicest way, there'd be no scenario where the Royal Navy's trying letting her go before they've got some new ships coming in service at the end of in the world interwar years. They'd probably have gone, oh yeah, she's scrapped, and gone to the same scrapyard which had a habit of keeping scrapped cruisers in working condition for about 10 years before scrapping them. 96831. So, Dreadnought class battleship was a 24 knot battleship. Then doesn't that become the standard battle line speed and battle cruisers to be fast as a result? Yes. And that's the way, if Dreadnought's a 24 knot ship, then you cannot build a 25 knot battle cruiser. If you build Dreadnought, as said, if you build Dreadnought with super firing guns and you build it sort of thinner, so it's a narrow beam but slightly longer, you find it's probably a 23 to 24 knot ship rather than a 21 knot ship. And that makes things very different. It gives you a lot more capabilities and boosts. Something that means for your battle cruisers, you're going to have to be looking at something which is at least in the order of 27 to 28 knots for your starting speed for a battle cruiser. And it also has an impact on cruiser speed, because that also becomes your cruiser speed as well. Your cruiser got to go that fast, and your destroyer speed, it bumps everything up by, that sort of point. Paul, would you change the range of companies tendering for the Royal Navy, and would you stop the current suppliers running the Royal Navy yards? No. You don't have that many options. I'd like to have more companies, but a nice way, you're not going to get more companies if you don't have more production. If you don't have more production, you don't have more companies. The only other option is that you nationalise the yards and you turn them into Royal Navy dockyards. And then you outsource the design, and you go, right then, well, designs are now design competition, and then we build it. Because we're fed up with paying the profit cut margin to be your sole supplier. Because you don't build the ships for other navies in our yards, you just build them for us. So, we might as well be the ones taking we might as well take the profit out of the equation and save the taxpayer money. But I don't think you're ever going to win that argument. But I look at the yards which produce, especially the submarine yards. The submarine yard doesn't work for anyone else other than Britain. It doesn't take on contracts doing things for offshore wind farms and all those things. It can't. It just concentrates on building submarines. It is it's a monopoly supplier to the United Kingdom government, and the UK is a monopoly customer. That is not a sensible scenario economically. And this is speaking.
Do y'all use the term monopoly?
Not usually.
Okay.
But it's a case of under those circumstances, there is I am one of those people who sits there and goes, I don't believe in government owning things, because as a rule, government isn't good at running those sort of those sort of things. it's not good at running commercial enterprises. But this is not a commercial enterprise. And that's the differential. People go, governments aren't good at running commercial enterprises. They aren't. That's not their purpose. Governments are there to provide services. In this case, this service is building the nation's nuclear submarines. It's absurd that it's a case of, oh yes, we're going to pay a private company to do this. And you're going to pay their profit margin. Yes. And you're going to pay all the costs for any upgrades they want to do because you're their only supplier, only customer. Yes. So you're going to pay all their bills on a markup. Yes. Why are you running it through a private company? Because it's better. Because government shouldn't run these things. Well, it's not a commercial enterprise at this point. It's not. It's pretty much a royal dockyard in everything but name and fact. That gets me into trouble with people, but you know. Timu, and this could be an interesting question. What is the funniest name for an operation that you have encountered? Ooh. I'm going to let Dragon go first, because I haven't asked Dragon to go first at all this evening. And I feel bad.
I guess one, just because how silly it is, was from the... Was it? I can't remember if it was... Yeah, it was from one of the Clive Cussler books, I believe. Was Operation Rum and Cola.
Mm-hmm.
Explicitly designed to sound American, so that the Soviets could blow up Cuba. And make it seem like the Americans' fault. Is one that just always jumps to mind.
Yeah. Foxy?
I'll get back to you on that. I'm just trying to decide the funniest, most interesting.
Runon?
Shadow Jumper. It makes absolutely no sense unless you know what it was about. And even then, it's like somebody was being clever. And before anybody gets... That is what I just said is publicly... It is unclassified information, so don't stress.
Mm-hmm. I would go for... Well, the funniest fictional one was definitely Operation Petticoat. Definitely Operation Petticoat. I would say... Oh... Let's see. The various operations... Claymore. The fact that they picked that as the name for the first commando, the first proper commando operation, just, yeah. Claymore.
If I have to go with historical, I'm going to say it's a toss up between Paperclip and Mincemeat.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I've got two.
Okay.
And one's I think is pretty funny, and one's darkly ironic.
All right.
Operation Paul Bunyan, which was essentially an almost full mobilization of the US forces in Korea to cut down a tree in the Korean DMZ.
Yeah.
And second one's also American from a similar time period of Operation Breakfast.
Have I just encountered all the sensible names? Or somewhat reasonable?
Operation Breakfast is darkly funny because it's a really casual name for the illegal bombing of Cambodia during the Vietnam War. And they called it Operation Breakfast.
On the Twitch side of the fence, if somebody wants to quickly yeet a question into chat, I'm going to take that as one of the three.
Yeah. We are offering 3 more questions. Steve Myers already got one because I accidentally added him rather than Steve Clarke. But yeah.
Jonathan Moon, please remove yourself from the walls of my Connex box at work, please. That is a private and safe space which you are not permitted to be in. Unless you have a DOE clearance that I don't know about.
It's getting kind of stuffy in here, so could you leave?
Oh.
We're having fun because the scaffold team at the plant was told what we were doing on this one cluster of scaffolding. They were told we are going to be running a wire puller, that can apply 4,000 pounds of force. Okay?
Yeah.
They asked, how much does the puller weigh? Well, the puller only weighs about 120 pounds because go gadget reduction gearing. So they assumed that the tool load on the scaffolding would only be 120 pounds.
Oh no.
There is now a 20 to 40 foot high scaffold that my 200 pounds soaking wet and full kit general foreman was able to sway about 6 inches to a foot from the top deck. Notionally, we were supposed to pull this week. I don't see that happening, but I've been wrong before and I'll be wrong again. This cable that we are pulling weighs 12 pounds a foot. So it's about 18 kilos a meter.
Yeah, someone needs to do some work, some maths, rapidly. Right, we have 1 question in. We have space for 2 more. But let's do see my question. How familiar is the panel with Treasure Planet? How would they redesign the ships to better utilize the technology shown? Masts coming out from multiple sides, spiraled, in line, different hull? What do we think?
Okay, it's been a while since I saw Treasure Planet, but the biggest problem with Treasure Planet is they don't give any details about how the tech work, because there could be a very, very, very good reason as to why they are built like Age of Sail sailing ships because of the limits of their technology.
It's literally magic.
Yeah, it's fun. Yeah.
No, I said it's not magic as in me being snarky. It's literally magic.
Is it that they work because they look ship-like in everyone's mind, so therefore they must act like ships? So it's basically how do I put this? Orc-style magic. Imagination magic.
Sure.
To a significant degree, yes.
Because if they have to have sails and such, can I just get HMS Warrior in space?
Yeah, because then
That's
I'm
all that almost actually exists.
Like, it's got sails. You could say
That's
the
pretty much
funnels are
that
used for
exists, though,
something.
Dragon.
I genuinely have no clue. I've
It's quite,
never
I
seen
think,
it.
if I remember correctly, and if I remember the universe correctly, a good portion of their tech is based off the imagination of little boys.
Concern.
Are we talking about little boys like me and Drac when we were little? Because that could be really worrying.
Oh god, I hope not.
Yeah, because from what I can see, all of them are like Age of Sail, normal, traditional wooden-hulled warships.
Yeah, but then you get the cages, there's some iron ones that Fleet likes to bring up.
I said I've not looked at it. I can't
But
really say.
it's one of those settings of, it's literally magic.
So, There are some
I
fun
got you,
things
Team U.
coming up. Oh.
I'm just going to manually transfer Team U's question in here.
My extended friends are tracking down the Flying Scotsman as it trundles around the country. That's good. I'm getting pictures from them on a regular basis. I like this. Panel's favourite military uniform in the Age of Sail, and the thing is, if I take down the questions closed for now sign, then you can see it. Panel's favourite military uniform from the Age of Sail. You'd be surprised at how many navies don't actually have a uniform. The Royal Navy is very late to adopt a uniform. They're slightly upset sometimes because they go for a blue uniform rather than a more martial red like the Army. And yeah, it's a fun area of history, but it is the favourite uniform. I'd say, honestly, I'd say for practicality, I'm gonna go with the Navy Lieutenant's uniform, the Royal Navy Lieutenant's uniform. But that's because it actually exists and because it's practical. But honestly, you can get away with almost wearing anything as long as it looks, broadly speaking, okay. How about you?
Don't know enough to have an opinion.
Unfortunately, I'm going to be as boring and say the same.
Okay. Please don't tell Flea I said this.
Uh-oh.
You're going to say French uniform, aren't you?
Yes. And that's the bright blue one set for officers.
All right.
I just like blue.
Blue is a very good colour. Oh. While it might put Foxer to sleep, she is a gorgeous train. Not as good as Mallard.
Mm-hmm.
But at least she's still running.
If anyone's noticing that I have something next to my name on the Discord now, I should point out that my mother managed to access my Discord account, and I'm still not quite sure how, and that appeared. And I'm not taking it off because, in a nice way, she'll just try until I figured out how to stop that particular access point. I will just have it put back. It will just be put back on again, so I will lose.
I'm sure that monkey's from Animal Crossing.
Which one?
The one that's connected to the server. If you click on your profile and then click on it, it tells you what the server is.
Oh yeah, it's the server icon. Server. Yeah,
no clue who that is.
I am on that server because that's where Amelia Watson is now. Doobie, and in the nicest way, if there's any VTuber I do actually support, it's the one who I got. You know, when I was told I had to pick, I got the things from Doobie. Or from Amy, as she was then.
Probably bad my first thought went to Scooby-Dooby-Doo. Yeah.
But no, my mum is currently... and this is the thing, if you've grown up with... If you've now got a household which is has a lot of VTubers in it, it becomes normal to have a VTuber you actually do support, etc. My mum is currently very happy. She's watching Summer's debut... debut was last night, but she's watching her first karaoke stream and is currently singing along. Which is why I'm very glad and keeping my headphones on. Cousins, don't repeat that. I know there's at least 6 of you still watching. Do not pass that one on. I like my limbs. Moshnor, if no one is asking, I've read all of Ian Toll, Shadowstormed. I'm working on getting your book of Drax, Bay of Higgins. Have Ian's on order. More book recommendations. Well, actually, no, I'm recommending this one. It's an Elblin classic, so I'm not sure who makes any money from it, but I just like John Knox Lawson. I like his books, and it's a very old one, but it's got a good range of people in there. What else? Andrew Boyd's British Naval Intelligence through the 20th Century, worth a read. You want to realize once you read this, you start to realize just how infiltrated the Germans really were by the British, including especially the Royal Navy. This one's quite good. The Surrender of the U-Boat Fleets, 1945, by Derek Waller. All the surrenders. It's quite a fun read. The series, if you want to learn more about the treaties, naval treaties, this is a two-parter series, which is pretty good. John Jordan's Warships After Washington, Warships After London. It's a good one from OC4.
I am gonna say use Ian Tolles as a launch pad to go elsewhere.
Yeah.
Knowing what I know now, there are some things which I have read, especially in his books, that I'm kind of like, I need to do my own research on that. So just, that is the one thing I would say.
Yeah, R.K. Massey's series on World War One, Dreadnought followed by Castle of Steel, excellent reads. I have several copies of those books. If you want to hear about all the American pre-war planning for World War II, War Plan Orange. It's always a good place to start. Always a good one to start with. And, yeah, I have lots of books. And there's Andrew Cunningham's autobiography, Sailor's Odyssey. It's always a good one to have. And once you're happier and you've read those, then you start getting onto books like this. This is, the Britannia Maritime Museum Trust Press series of books, which are things like, this is Fire and Ice, the Arctic Convoys. And basically it's National Archives documents and primary source documents, sort of official government records turned into books, so you can read them without having to go to the actual archives, which is really useful for researchers like me who live far away from the archives and don't want to have to do it. And there's Naval Administration by Richard Vesey Hamilton is always a fun read, but it's very much once you've already well down the rabbit hole, have a read of this, and then you sit there and read it, go, oh my lord. And you start to go, oh, so the Royal Navy was already doing that at that point. Oh, and yes, it's fun. Anyway, thank you very much. We have now been going for 5 hours and 5 minutes, so thank you very much, everyone. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you found it interesting. Thank you, everyone who's been here. Dan and Fleet, who of course are no longer with us, they're off prepping for their Monday. Thank you to Dragon and Foxo for joining us. Foxo was actually first to arrive this evening. Foxo and me were having a nice chat before everyone else came along. We were having a fun chat about all sorts of interesting naval things. We were popping around the topics quite a lot.
In my defense, I had my belated Mother's Day lunch, as is tradition.
There is nothing wrong with Runon with you being late. You do so much. There is no one's ever going to complain about you coming in a little bit late.
Right now, I think Paul and Steve are doing more, but sure.
Paul and Steve are doing fantastic jobs, as are the rest of the admin. But Paul and Steve especially are doing a lot of jobs with the sneak connecting until we can sort out this bot. I'm so hoping we get this fixed by the time we get to November.
It's waiting on, as far as I can tell. I don't know why exactly it wasn't working tonight. Maybe have to relog, but dollars to donuts, it is because of the lack of API availability.
Yep. And that's the really interesting thing, because it's the whole way through it's been green, connected. But yeah, it's not detecting anything on YouTube, so I don't think it's connected, but it's not working on API. And Stream Deck still claims it now, and Stream Deck now claims it doesn't exist.
I need to point something out. Castania, it was 1:08 at 11 o'clock in the turbine hall this week. Generally, that was the cool part of the turbine hall. I was not working in the cool part of the turbine hall. I have an air-conditioned brake trailer, but that's not where I work. It was hot enough where we had a hard 30-minute limit on us actually being in the environment. Just want to put that out there.
Mm-hmm. It's all fun. It is all fun. I don't know. I'm not sure why it's not able to. A Stream Deck is still not detecting StreamBot, and I have restarted the computer twice. Oh well. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here. Hope you enjoyed. Thank you for liking, sharing, subscribing, supporting the channel, all the things you do. It really does help. It's funny because I keep aiming this way, but you might notice I'm aiming at where the chat normally is because I still have the chat in the same position on my screen as I do normally, but I'm not showing it because the new rules for Twitch and Twitch seem to mean that I can't show the combined chat as I used to do. So I have to really think this all through and try and work out what I'm going to do with that side of the screen and how I'm going, because I normally orientate myself. So I'm probably going to end up having to move the questions across. But if I move the questions across, then other things get revealed. So I'm going to have to work this one out. I will do. And thank you. Thank you for those people who have become become members. Tanif, thank you. Thank you everyone who's been, here this evening. I really can't say, because this is the weird thing, as I have a conversation occasionally with other historians and people doing the things, and I was recorded a video this week which is going to come out in September, believe it or not, on the Wednesday video series. And it was all about funding as a historian. And it's in 3 minutes. I'm talking about funding as a historian. And I cannot emphasize how much of a benefit and how much of a kindness I find this methodology. And tonight the patron votes finished for the patrons for September, October, so I'll be able to put them up on the videos when I will be recording this week, and I'll be able to start working out the recording plan. And the plan is to record them all as soon as possible. If I can get September and October's videos all done before August is over, I will be a very happy man. Because if I can get it all done by the time August is over, then in September I'm recording November's videos before I go. Which is a good thing. But it does mean we have to get on with this sort of things, and the website should be going up soon. Should be going up soon for the Japan trip. And then that's all sorted. And it's just up to all of you, really, what happens. Which is kind of a nice thing for me, because it either means that I'm going to get a September and October of rather peace to plot and plan for the Christmas period, or I'm going to get September, October of a wonderful trip to Japan and a month going around museums and archives and preserved ships, which I have been dreaming about seeing for a very, very long time. That's kind of nice. Either way I win. So thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for the support and thank you for making all this possible. Take care and have a good night.